In 1860, as the American experiment threatened to explode into a bloody civil war, there were as many as 400,000 slave owners in the United States and almost 4 million slaves. The nation was founded upon an idea that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with the inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And the nation would pay a bloody cost for denying that right to more than 12% of its population. But when slavery was first brought to America's shores, this war, and even the nation it tore apart, was centuries in the future. How did it come to pass that more than 10 million African men and women would be brought against their will to the New World? How could educated, deeply religious Europeans trade in human flesh as casually as they traded sugar and rice? What were the lives of American slaves like? And how did their experiences differ across the geographic span of North America, South America, and the Caribbean Isles? Or across the span of time, from their first arrival on the ships of Columbus through the last days of the American Civil War? These questions and more we will seek to answer as we rise up from slavery.
Steal away, steal away, steal away to Jesus. Steal away home. I ain't got long to stay here.
Slavery as an institution is as old as history. But the uniquely American form of slavery, enslaved Africans and their descendants forced to labor for Europeans, began when the age of exploration brought Europeans to the shores of both Africa and the Americas. When Portuguese ships began exploring the coastline of Africa in the 15th century, they sought not slaves, but gold and other riches. Successful expeditions returned with wealth and with enslaved Africans. Though initially African slaves were acquired by raids along the coast, European traders quickly established trade relations with local African slavers. Slavery was always common among the African societies, though trade with the Europeans would greatly increase the number of Africans enslaved. Regardless, African slavers had existing trade systems that could be used to meet the European needs. This was important in part because tropical Africa was a dangerous place for Europeans, who proved highly susceptible to diseases on the continent. So West African kings and chiefs controlled the local slave trade. As one 18th century African described it,
"When a trader wants slaves, he applies to a chief for them and tempts them with his wares. According, he falls on his neighbors, and as a desperate battle ensues, if he prevails and takes prisoners, he satisfies his avarice by selling them. But if his party be vanquished and he falls into the hands of the enemy, he is put to death. I was once a witness to a battle in our common. There were many women as well as men on both sides. Among others, my mother was there, and armed with a broadsword. After fighting for a considerable time with great fury, and many had been killed, our people obtained the victory. Those prisoners which were not sold or redeemed, we kept as slaves."
The slaves in large part came from the interior regions of Africa. West African slavers would shackle them into coffles, or slave chain gangs, and march them to the coast, a journey that may be hundreds of miles and take many months. The very old or young often died before reaching the coast, and all the slaves were weakened from illness, exposure, and malnutrition. Their journey had only begun. Once they reached the coast, the African slaves were placed into barracoons, or holding pens, to await the European traders. They might spend weeks in these pens, growing sicker from the poor sanitation and unclean water. By the time they were ready to be loaded onto the slave ships, they were sick, hungry, dazed, and exhausted. They were thrust into the holds of ships manned by strange people who spoke a strange language. During the journey across the Atlantic, called the Middle Passage, the conditions of the slaves varied from very bad to completely horrifying. 12 million Africans would begin this journey. 1.5 million would not survive to reach their destination. Usually, the men were confined in the holds at night, but allowed on deck in chains during the day. Some ship captains would forbid sexual contact between the crew and the female slaves, while others saw it as a benefit of the trade. These new slaves were generally terrified of the water, many of them never having seen the ocean and having no concept of ships. They were seasick, often refusing to eat. The ship's crews would force-feed them if necessary, in hopes of delivering slaves that were healthy enough to be sellable. Experience taught slavers the importance of improved sanitation, ventilation, and other steps to ensure they would deliver enough healthy slaves to make a healthy profit. But this long journey for African slaves did not begin with the first European expeditions along the African coast. Although some slaves were captured and sent to Europe, the wholesale acquisition of slaves did not become a significant goal of African trade until Christopher Columbus discovered the New World. Columbus discovered the island he would name San Salvador in October 1492. A year later, on his second voyage, he introduced sugar cane to the Caribbean islands. And the success of sugar planting in the islands, combined with the Europeans' recently discovered sweet tooth, would lead to the explosion of European enslavement of Africans. The Spanish would first attempt to use Native American slaves to work the sugar fields and Central American gold mines. But they were susceptible to disease, and unlike the African slaves, they had no prior farming skills. Natives could also more easily escape and disappear among their own people, which was obviously impossible for Africans. And finally, using indigenous Americans meant capturing and enslaving free men, whereas Africans could simply be purchased from their own people. The first sugar grown by African slaves in the Caribbean reached Spain in 1516. By 1570, 1,000 tons of sugar a year was produced by the island of Santo Domingo. Production quickly spread to other Spanish islands, such as Puerto Rico, and then, in the 1540s, to Brazil. By the end of the century, Brazil alone produced 16,000 tons of sugar each year on the backs of 100,000 African slaves. The Atlantic slave trade had begun in earnest. Over 3 million Africans would be shipped to work the sugarcane fields in Brazil, and millions more would be sent to the Caribbean islands. In what is known as the Triangle Trade, slaves, sugar, and rum were traded in a profitable system, profitable for all but the African slaves. Slaves would be purchased in West Africa and taken across the Atlantic, a journey known as the dreaded Middle Passage. The Africans were taken to the Caribbean islands, where they would be put to work on the sugar plantations. The plantations produced sugar, which the slaves then turned into molasses. The molasses was given to the slave traders in exchange for the African slaves. The molasses was then shipped to New England colonies, where it was distilled into rum. The distillation process required burning a lot of wood. Wood was a scarce resource in the Caribbean, but plentiful in New England. The rum was then given to the traders as payment for the molasses. The European slave traders returned to Africa, where they exchanged the rum for more slaves to be put to work on the Caribbean sugar plantations. The slave trade was initially controlled by the Spanish and Portuguese, who in the early 16th century dominated the seas. The first African slaves in North America were in Spanish colonies in the early 1500s. The San Miguel Guadalupe colony was formed in the area that would become the Carolinas. That colony experienced a revolt in 1526, in which there was a struggle over leadership. The slaves took the opportunity to revolt as well, and they escaped to live with the local natives. The colony was then abandoned. The Spanish San Augustine colony in Florida, founded in 1565, was the first permanent European settlement in North America. This settlement also had African slaves. As Spanish and Portuguese power waned, the Dutch and then the British became the primary slave trading nations. By the time Britain had entered the slave trade, over 600,000 Africans had already been shipped across the Atlantic to the New World. It was Dutch traders who brought the first Africans to the British colonies in North America. In 1619, Dutch traders brought about 20 Africans to Jamestown in the colony of Virginia. These Africans likely served as indentured servants, as would other Africans brought to North American British colonies in the early 17th century. But slavery grew slowly in North America. Unlike the British Caribbean, where British colonies put tens of thousands of African slaves to work on sugar plantations, the North American colonies did not immediately require the manpower that slavery could provide. That changed with the growth of the tobacco industry in the Chesapeake region of Virginia in the 1620s and 1630s, though it did not truly take off until the 1660s. At first, the tobacco plantations were worked by both slaves and indentured whites. Indentured servitude, which had existed in Old England as well, began as a process in which a young man would apprentice himself to a skilled craftsman. In return, the apprentice would provide his labor for a set number of years, for being taught a trade and provided financial support. As tobacco plantations required more and more labor, indentured servitude became a means of strictly providing a labor force, rather than the old apprenticeships. In those years, African and European indentured servants might work side by side. Africans could purchase their freedom through work, just as Europeans. Like slaves, servants could be sold, transferring the years remaining on their term of service to the new owner. This practice made it easier for Virginia's planters to soon accept the buying and selling of African slaves. Nonetheless, Africans working as indentured servants enjoyed considerably more freedoms than the African slaves who would soon replace them. But this situation would not last. An early sign of the changes to come occurred in 1641. A Virginia court sentenced 3 indentured servants who had run away from their masters. 2 of the men were white, and they were each sentenced to an extra year of service. The one black man was sentenced to a lifetime of servitude. this was the first known case of enslavement in Virginia. In one of the first known cases of slavery in North America, the slave owner was actually a black colonist in Virginia. Anthony Johnson had once been an indentured servant who had completed his term of service and earned enough to buy out his wife's contract. He would eventually go on to import African slaves, earning 250 acres of land for his work. Over the years, the preference for indentured European servants shifted to a preference for African slaves. A number of factors led to this change. England's Civil War in the 1640s had increased the number of people willing to indenture themselves in the New World, and the end of that war in 1651 meant a sharp drop in volunteers. Meanwhile, tobacco planters in Virginia were expanding their land and needed cheap labor. Landholders also found slaves to be cheaper in the long run than indentured servants, who eventually expected to be freed, paid, and given land. English indentured servants also demanded to be treated like Englishmen, while African slaves could be held under harsher conditions. To increase the number of slaves brought to the colony, in 1659, Virginia lowered import duties for merchants bringing African slaves to the colony. A year later, Britain greatly expanded its participation in the slave trade. While all this was going on, Virginia was passing laws codifying slavery. First, a 1661 law established that, as had been done in the earlier case, Africans who ran away from indentured servitude would be sentenced to serve their masters for life. Other laws made the condition of slavery hereditary and allowed the use of force against slaves. In 1656, Elizabeth Key Grinstead became the first woman of African ancestry to sue for her freedom and win. Her case was based on the fact that her father was an Englishman and she had been baptized a Christian. The legislature responded to the court's decision.
Be it enacted and declared by this present General Assembly that all children born in this country shall be held bond or free only according to the conditions of the mother.
It is enacted and declared by this Grand Assembly that the conferring of baptism doth not alter the conditions of the person as to the bondage of freedom.
In other words, if a child's mother was a slave, the child would also be a slave, regardless of the father's status, and baptism into Christianity would no longer be a path to freedom. Other legislation followed.
It is declared and enacted by this Assembly that moderate corporal punishment inflicted by master or magistrate upon a runaway servant shall not deprive the master of the satisfaction allowed by law.
Be it enacted and declared by this Grand Assembly, if any slave resists his master, and by the extremity of the correction should chance to die, that his death shall not be accounted a felony, since it cannot be presumed that premeditated malice should induce any man to destroy his own estate.
It is enacted that all servants which shall be imported into this country, whether Negroes, Moors, mulattoes, or Indians, whose parentage and native countries are not Christian, are hereby deemed to be slaves. It is hereby enacted that all Negro, mulatto, and Indian slaves shall be adjudged to be real estate, and shall descend unto the heirs according to the manner and custom of land inheritance.
Other colonies and states would copy these codes, in some cases choosing even harsher language. On top of these demographic, economic, and legislative changes, there was a more immediate and visceral incentive to shift from indentured to slave labor in Virginia. Bacon's Rebellion. In 1676, a young planter named Nathaniel Bacon led an uprising against Virginia's governor. He and his followers were angered at the governor's refusal to expel or exterminate the local Native Americans. Many indentured servants, both white and black, took part in the rebellion, which first slaughtered a group of friendly natives and then burned Jamestown to the ground. After Bacon died of dysentery during the campaign, many of his followers returned to their homes. The rebel forces were defeated. But the planters and the colonial government had been given a tangible reason to shift from a free labor force that could legally bear arms and gather in large groups, to enslaved workers who were forbidden arms under the law and whose entire lives were under the control of their masters. The impact of all these changes was dramatic. In 1648, within Virginia, would reside only 300 slaves. By 1670, there were 2,000 slaves in Virginia, and that rose again to 8,000 by 1700. In just over 50 years, the number of African slaves in Virginia increased by 7,700 and went from being 2% of the colony's population to almost 14%. In another 50 years, there would be 120,000 slaves in Virginia. Such was the power of tobacco. In the early years, tobacco was grown on numerous smaller farms. This wasn't profitable, so planters aggressively expanded their fields into land previously controlled by the Pamunkey Indians. At the same time the plantations were growing larger, the demand for tobacco was rising just as fast. The one piece missing in the supply-demand chain was a cheap force of labor. Initially, these needs were met by indentured servants, then by an odd combination of indentured and enslaved workers. But as we've seen, eventually slave labor replaced indentured work almost completely. Working the tobacco fields required a great deal of care, as the tobacco leaf is quite vulnerable to the weather. The fields were typically prepared in January, with planting beginning in March. Tobacco seedlings were then transferred to the fields, where they were given the utmost care. The plants were finally cut and dried in August or September. Once they had been dried, the tobacco leaves were bundled into barrels for shipping. Slaves then delivered the barrels to inspection houses and finally loaded them on ships bound to England. What was life like as a slave on a tobacco plantation? Here are the words of Silas Jackson, a slave who worked tobacco in the 19th century.
We were awakened by blowing of a horn before sunrise by the overseer. Started work at sunrise and work all day to sundown. With not time to go to the cabin for dinner, you carried your dinner with you. The slaves were driven at top speed and whipped at the snap of a finger by the overseer. We had 4 overseers on the farm, all hired white men. I've seen men beaten until they dropped in their tracks or knocked over by clubs. Women stripped down to their waist and cowhided.
Another former slave, Henry Clay Bruce, wrote of his experiences as a slave on a tobacco plantation in the mid-19th century.
My good time ended when I was put to the plow in the spring of 1848. The land was hilly and rocky. I, being of light weight, could not hold the plow steadily in the ground, however hard I tried. My master was my trainer and slapped my jaw several times for that which I could not prevent. I knew then, as well as I know now, that this was unjust punishment. But after the breaking season and the planting of the crop of corn and tobacco was over, I was given a lighter single horse plow and enjoyed the change and the work. Compared with some of his neighbors, our master was not a hard man on his slaves because we enjoyed many privileges that other slaves did not have. Some slave owners did not feed well, causing their slaves to steal chickens, hogs, and sheep. But our master gave us all we could eat, together with such vegetables as were raised on the farm. My mother was the cook for the families, white and black, and of course I fared well as to food.
In many cases, tobacco plantation owners and their sons worked the fields along with their slaves. Henry Bruce Clay wrote of his master's son being one of his playmates as a child. Slaves on tobacco plantations tended to be owned and worked in small groups and were also able to develop family systems. The other major North American destination for African slaves, beginning in the late 1690s, was South Carolina. There, African slaves were put to work in the rice fields. The difference between Virginia and South Carolina for the life of the slave began at the point of sale. Because the Chesapeake region did not have a central port, slavers would travel up and down the river system, selling slaves to merchants at various stops. Those merchants would then march the slaves around the region, selling them a few, or sometimes just one at a time. In South Carolina, the Africans were all brought to Charleston, where they were sold in large lots to rice planters who had traveled to the city for the sole purpose of attending the slave auction. Rice planters learned to value slaves from the rice-growing regions of West Africa, as these slaves arrived with more knowledge of rice cultivation than that of the planters themselves. Most of the early English settlers in Carolina had come from Barbados, where they had owned sugar plantations. They initially brought slaves with them, and in fact received more land if they brought more slaves. Planters would continue to receive additional land for each slave brought to the colony, and this, plus the need for labor and the benefits provided by the West Africans, encouraged the planters to continue importing slaves. Unlike the Virginia Society, Carolinian slave owners had no history of indentured servants. Whereas Virginia's first exposure to slaves was one in which they worked similar jobs to white servants, South Carolina's experience began with slaves in the rice fields. Slavery in South Carolina, perhaps as a consequence, looked more like slavery in the West Indies than in Virginia. The heat and intensity of rice cultivation was also much harsher than found in the tobacco fields of Virginia. As a Charleston merchant, Samuel Everly stated,
I am positive that the commodity can't be produced by white people because the work is too laborious, the heat very intense, and the whites can't work in the wet at that season as Negroes do.
rice cultivation was certainly grueling work. After the first few decades of cultivation, in which fields were rain-fed and rotated between use for rice and use for manure-producing cattle, plantations moved to the inland swamps and tidal marshes. This shift required significant labor, transforming the land to enhance irrigation, prevent saltwater encroachment, and allow sufficient drainage. Slaves constructed earthen dikes to surround each field. These dikes, which they called banks, were as tall as a man and up to 15 feet wide. One archaeological historian has estimated that by 1850, the amount of earth moved to construct the banks and canals for the rice fields of Carolina and Georgia was almost 3 times the volume of the world's largest pyramid. And it was all completed by African slaves using simple hand tools and back-breaking effort. But the expertise and labor brought by the West African slaves and the suitability of the climate to rice cultivation led to an explosion of production. In 1698, South Carolina plantations produced 5 tons of rice for export. Just 2 years later, they produced 330 tons. That reached 5,000 tons per year by 1730 and 25,000 tons by 1740. Another major difference between Virginia and South Carolina was the source of their slaves. Initially, of course, both colonies received their slaves from Africa or elsewhere from Caribbean plantation owners whose own source had been Africa. But by the 1720s, Virginia's slave population was self-sustaining. Because Virginia slave owners had purchased African women as well as men, the slaves were themselves generating new generations of human property. In contrast, South Carolina planters purchased male Africans almost exclusively. To replenish and grow their stock of slaves, South Carolina planters continued to make large purchases of slaves up until the end of the international slave trade in 1807. Of course, slavery was not confined to Virginia and South Carolina. In fact, slaves were held in bondage in every single British colony in North America. However, slavery was much less common north of Virginia and Maryland. The cooler climate made the northern colonies more welcoming to European indentured servants, so they were a plentiful labor source. Also, the economy in the North was more diversified, lacking any profitable staple cash crop. In addition, settlers in Pennsylvania and New England had left their homes in a desire to practice their utopian religions without persecution. This is in contrast to settlers in other North American colonies or throughout the New World who left their homes to seek their fortunes. In fact, Quakers in Pennsylvania were among the only outspoken critics of the slave trade in the 17th century. They called on their fellow citizens, including those Quakers who did own slaves, to improve the conditions of slaves, educate them in Christianity as well as reading and writing, and work toward emancipating them. Nonetheless, slavery did exist in the northern as well as southern colonies. Maryland began using slaves in the 1630s and wrote it into law in the 1660s. African slaves worked in Maryland's tobacco production, much as Virginians did. Georgia initially had an anti-slavery law, but by 1750 slavery had been legalized and Georgia had entered into rice production, like South Carolina. In North Carolina, during the early colonial period, slaves could primarily be found in Wilmington, as its port was easily accessible to slave traders. The New England colonies had relatively few slaves, but they were at the center of the North American slave trade. Massachusetts built the first American slave ship in 1636 and largely controlled the slave trade in New England. Rhode Island was a major producer of rum as part of the trade triangle of molasses, rum, and slaves. The colony would sponsor almost 1,000 slaving voyages to Africa before the international slave trade was outlawed in 1807. New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania were under Dutch rule until taken by the British in 1664. The Dutch had encouraged the slave trade, and the British did nothing to change this. Of course, slavery, and the majority of the new American slave population, was heavily concentrated in the southern colonies. That fact would continue throughout the colonial period and would lead to the struggles that eventually sparked the Civil War. Along the way, the lives of slaves in general would become harsher. Tensions would rise as voices in opposition could finally be heard. The abolitionist movement would encourage the spread of liberty and would lead to terrible violence in liberty's name. Such was the long, hard path up from slavery. Between the end of the 15th century and the beginning of the 19th, 12 million African men, women, and children were captured, shackled, and shipped across the Atlantic Ocean to serve as slaves to European masters in the New World. More than 1 in 10 would die before the ships reached their destination. Of the 10.5 million that survived, the overwhelming majority would work the mines and sugar plantations of the Caribbean islands and South America. Only about 500,000 would be enslaved in North America. Yet, by the eve of the U.S. Civil War, there were almost 4 million slaves in the United States, thanks to laws establishing that any child of a slave mother would also be born as human property. This is the story of these men and women, who by their hands laid the foundation of what would become the most powerful nation on earth. Join us as we journey up from slavery.
Steal away, steal away, steal away to Jesus. Steal away home. I ain't got long to stay here.
Although European slave traders controlled the ships that would send Africans across the Atlantic, the slave trade at its source was controlled by West African slavers. The slaves themselves, in large part, came from the interior regions of Africa. West African slavers would shackle them into coffles, or slave chain gangs, and march them to the coast, a journey that may be hundreds of miles and take many months. The very old or young often died before reaching the coast, and all of the slaves were weakened from illness, exposure, and malnutrition. Once they reached the coast, the African slaves were placed into barracoons, or holding pens, to await the European traders. By the time they were ready to be loaded onto the slave ships, they were sick, hungry, dazed, and exhausted. They were thrust into the holds of ships manned by strange people who spoke a strange language. 12 million Africans would begin this journey, called the Middle Passage. 1.5 million would not survive it. The slaves were generally terrified of the water, many of them never having seen the ocean and having no concept of ships. Nets were hung up along the sides of the deck to prevent slaves from jumping to their deaths. They were seasick, often refusing to eat. The ship's crews would force-feed them if necessary. Experience taught slavers the importance of improved sanitation, ventilation, and other steps to ensure they would deliver enough healthy slaves to make a profit. But that does not mean that the Africans were treated well. The slaves were considered property and were cared for as such. Their health and their very lives could be sacrificed if necessary to protect the crew. In some cases, they might be sacrificed simply to protect the financial investment of the ship's owners. The most notorious example of this was the Zong massacre of 1781. The Zong was a slave ship out of Liverpool. On September 6, 1781, the Zong set out from the West African coast with a load of slaves bound for Jamaica. Under the command of Captain Luke Collingwood, the Zong carried 470 Africans, significantly more than the ship could carry safely. By November, overcrowding, malnutrition, and disease had killed 60 Africans, along with 7 of the crew. Captain Collingwood made a cold calculation of the value of his cargo. Like any shipment, the slaves were covered by insurance, and like any insurance policy, it would cover losses only in certain circumstances. Slaves that died of disease or malnutrition were not reimbursable because these were natural deaths. Additionally, such losses were due at least in part to negligence on behalf of the captain and crew. But slaves who were thrown overboard in order to quell an insurrection were covered by insurance. Captain Collingwood ordered 54 of the Africans to be chained together and thrown overboard. His first mate at first argued against the order, but then complied. The next day, another 42 were thrown into the sea, and then another 36 on the third day. Finally, deciding that the remaining Africans were healthy enough for sale, he docked in Jamaica and sold the survivors. When the Zong returned to Liverpool, the ship's owners filed an insurance claim for the 132 slaves killed, so they claimed for the safety of the ship. They claimed that water reserves had been depleted and that there was not enough water to keep slaves and crew alive unless the 132 were sacrificed. However, it would later come out that the ship had 420 gallons of fresh water left when it arrived in Jamaica. The ship's insurers resisted payment, and the case came to court. Though not as a murder trial, but as a matter of maritime insurance. At the initial trial, the ship owners were successful. Though many were disturbed by the murder of the slaves, the case remained a simple insurance claim, and the evidence at the time supported the owners. An observer to the trial wrote in the local paper,
"That there should be bad men to do bad things in all large communities must be expected, but it is hardly possible for a state to thrive where the perpetrators are not only to go unpunished, but carry off the reward for it."
Abolitionist Granville Sharp began working with others to prepare a prosecution case against the crew for murder. But when the case came back to court on appeal, it was because the ship's underwriters refused to pay. Again, it was a maritime insurance matter, but by now, much of the English public was worked up about the murder of the Africans. The Zong's owners were represented in court by the Solicitor General, John Lee. Lee was aware of the implications of the case if it were allowed to be about murder. Indeed, if the courts were to take such a perspective, it could lead to the unraveling of the highly lucrative slave trade. In court, Lee dismissed Sharp's concerns about murder.
What is all this vast declaration of human beings thrown overboard? The question, after all, is, was it voluntary or an act of necessity? This is a case of chattels or goods.
In the end, the court ruled against the ship's owners. But again, the ruling was not that Captain Collingwood, who himself had died of disease by this point, had ordered the murder of 132 human beings. The ruling was that the cargo, African slaves, had been jettisoned unnecessarily, and therefore the financial loss fell upon the ship's owners, not their insurers. No officers or crew were charged with the murder of the slaves, but revelation of the massacre energized the abolition movement. Since insurance policies considered the possibility that slave revolts on ships could result in slaves being thrown overboard, we can assume that such revolts did take place. In fact, during the centuries of the Atlantic slave trade, there were almost 500 shipboard revolts that we know about. And some historians believe that there were hundreds of rebellions aboard ship that never made it into the historical record. Unfortunately, From the perspective of the enslaved Africans, only about 20 to 30 of those revolts were successful. However, the costs associated with these rebellions, such as the insurance policy covering the Zong, likely had the effect of reducing somewhat the size of the slave trade. If costs had been lower, even more Africans would have been captured and enslaved. In June 1730, the slave ship Little George sailed from the Guinea coast carrying 96 enslaved Africans bound for Rhode Island. Captain George Scott described what happened.
About 100 leagues distant from the land, the men slaves got off their irons and, making way through the bulkhead of the deck, killed the watch, who were, 'tis thought, all asleep. I, being then in my cabin and hearing the slaves throwing the watch overboard, took my pistol and fired up the scuttle, which made all the slaves that were loose run, except 1 or 2 men, who laid the scuttle and kept us down confined in the cabin. We were at a loss what to do. Upon this unhappy accident, we expected no less than immediate death, which would have been unavoidable had they at that juncture of time rushed in upon us. Soon after, we found the other bottle of powder, which by Providence had not taken fire, and which put new life and vigor into us, that we were resolved to withstand them to the uttermost, and accordingly loaded our arms and shot several of the slaves, which occasioned all the men slaves to betake themselves to the quarter-deck over our heads. The slaves then got 2 swivel guns and filled them almost full with powder, but could not get off by reason of wet weather. We had 2 carriage guns in the boat, which we expected the slaves would get out, and therefore watched them very narrowly. In a dark night they brought them upon the quarter-deck. They loaded one of the guns and pointed it directly down the scuttle. We shot the man dead that pointed the gun. Another of the slaves standing by clapped a match to it and fired it off, which blew the scuttle all to pieces and some of the deck, but did us no damage. They made several attempts to come down into the cabin, but their courage failed them. I then called to them to come down to decide the matter. They answered by and by.
Eventually, the survivors among the slaves and crew made a deal to each let the other go free. But the simple fact is that over 10 million Africans were forced into slavery in the New World, 500,000 of them in the North American colonies. What was life like for these slaves in the decades before the American Revolution? It is clear that however brutal the condition of slaves in North America may have been, it was far better than the life experienced by slaves in the Caribbean islands or South America. In the sugar plantations and mines of the West Indies and Brazil, slaves labored under such brutal conditions that they died early, even relative to slaves elsewhere, and had to be replaced by new arrivals. The threat of being sold to a sugar plantation in the West Indies was used by North American planters to spur slaves into working harder. In North America, with the exception of the rice plantations of South Carolina and Georgia, the work was hard, but not so grueling as to prevent slaves from having some kind of life outside of their work. Roughly speaking, there were 3 different systems of slavery in the American colonies. First, there were the Chesapeake colonies. In Virginia and Maryland, slaves primarily worked on tobacco plantations and large farms where they raised corn, wheat, and other grains. Smaller numbers also worked in other industries, such as shipbuilding, ironworking, or in tobacco factories. Things were different in South Carolina and Georgia. In these states, slaves worked on larger rice plantations where they also raised indigo. The lives of slaves on the rice plantations of South Carolina and Georgia had distinct differences from those on the tobacco plantations of Virginia and Maryland. The rice plantations, which required more strenuous physical labor, had fewer females and therefore fewer births. Whereas Virginia's slave population was able to reproduce naturally through the births of new slaves, the rice planters maintained their labor force by importing more Africans. One result of this was that the slaves maintained a stronger tie to their African culture. A third system of slavery was found in the northern colonies. In the north, there were far fewer slaves in general, and they worked in different industries. Because the northern climate did not suit a staple crop for export, there was much less incentive for using slave labor. Although there were a few larger estates with 50 or more slaves, most slave owners owned only a few slaves who helped work the farm, or they performed as household servants. However, despite the sense of outrage displayed by the North in later years, northern colonies did in fact have slaves. Massachusetts was actually the first colony to legalize slavery. Though in many ways life was better for slaves in the North, simply by virtue of not being one of a gang of slaves driven to work on a large plantation, there were aspects of life that were worse. For one, the colder climate of the northern colonies was very different from what they knew in Africa, enhancing the alien nature of the world in which they were enslaved. Also, in the South, slavery had taken on a paternalistic attitude that, though obviously degrading, at least meant that slave owners felt a certain sense of responsibility for the rare slave who lived to an old age. In the northern colonies, slave owners would often turn older slaves out, freeing them to fend for themselves. The northern colonies were also the center of the entire North American slave trade. In particular, Massachusetts, New York, and Rhode Island controlled much of the importation of African slaves into the colonies, and later, the United States. Typically, they would send slaves who arrived directly from Africa to the South, keeping for themselves the slaves from the West Indies, who were more likely to speak some English, French, or Spanish, and had already been broken into slavery. Slaves were individual human beings, and as such, their experience varied greatly, both within and across these different systems. In the 1930s, the Federal Writers Project, a part of the Works Progress Administration, gathered over 2,000 first-hand accounts of the slavery era from former slaves who were at that point elderly men and women. You will get to hear their words as they tell you their piece of American history. All of these individuals were enslaved during the final decades of American slavery, and their experiences may have been somewhat different from those enslaved during the colonial years. But they are the best eyewitnesses to the lives of American slaves. Some of them tell tales of heartbreaking sorrow and gut-wrenching violence. It may surprise most that some of the slaves remembered their masters fondly and spoke of masters who refused to allow any of their slaves to be whipped. These were people as real as you and I, and their experiences were as wildly different as those of any large group of people living across the United States over a long period of time. On plantations, cultivating the crop each season was, of course, the primary task. Beyond that, slaves would be expected to perform any of a number of menial tasks that were essential to running a plantation. This would include clearing land, building and mending fences, caring for livestock, and more. Some slaves might have specialized skills like carpentry. Others would perform any task required by the master. On larger plantations, life as a field slave might certainly be harsher. If a planter owned enough slaves, he might hire an overseer to monitor their work and push them to work even harder. Sometimes a slave might be given this position, though it would likely make him hated by his fellows. Also, on larger plantations, some slaves would work entirely as household servants. This would offer perks to the slave, but would also mean even less control over some basic personal decisions, such as requiring them to straighten their hair. But, without question, household slaves were better treated than field slaves. They were given charge of the children and preparing food, and in some cases were seen almost as an extended part of the planter's family. This brings up an important point about the condition of slavery. In many cases, the slaves suffered brutal hardships and violent treatment, but sometimes slaves were treated well and required to work no harder than the master himself. While it would obviously be preferable to be treated humanely, the great crime of slavery is that a slave was a mere possession of his master. He might have work assignments that were rewarding, and he might feel genuine affection for his master, an affection that could well be mutual. But the simple fact is that the slave could not choose to walk away from his home or employer. Even a kind master could die, and the slave would pass to his heirs just like a horse or a plot of land. And if those heirs were sadistic, or if they chose to sell him to one new owner and his wife and children to another, the slave had no recourse whatsoever under the law. On plantations such as George Washington's Mount Vernon, slaves were generally well treated, and there is evidence that Washington was not unusual in his treatment of slaves. Washington required his overseers to ensure that every laborer do as much in the 24 hours as their strength, without endangering the health or constitution, will allow.
The sun never caught him in bed, and he was unwilling it should find any of his people sleeping.
Rules did vary from one plantation to the next, but commonly, slaves worked 6 days a week, having Sundays as a day of rest and religion. Monday through Saturday, they would work from dawn to dusk on the various tasks necessary to running the plantation. Generally, slaves were expected to rise at first light and head to their work site. They would have about an hour-long mid-morning halt for breakfast and another hour break in the mid-afternoon to eat. Each plantation would have rules for their slaves, and they would vary according to the master's whims. Former slave Reverend W.B. Allen explained the rules on the plantation where he worked.
Plantation rules forbid a slave to own a firearm, leave home without a pass, sell or buy anything without his master's consent, marry without his owner's consent, have a light in his cabin after a certain hour at night, attend any secret meeting, harbor or in any manner assist a runaway slave, abuse a farm animal, mistreat a member of the master's family, and do a great many other things.
On the tobacco plantations, slaves tended to live in strong family environments. The slaves reproduced with each other naturally, providing their owners with new generations of enslaved labor. The planters understood that allowing the slaves to develop a family environment gave the planters an additional means of control. The threat to break up families could prevent uprisings and any general disobedience. Slaves were less likely to participate in or encourage talk of resistance if they feared that a failed rebellion would result in their children being sold away. Marriage could also tie slaves more strongly to a plantation, making them less likely to try to run away. This is not to say that all planters would dismiss considerations of family in their decision-making, at least not at this point in history. Responsible masters would try to avoid breaking up families by selling spouses or children. About 2/3 of Washington's adult slaves were married, and he mentioned in letters his wishes that family members not be permanently separated. But many slave owners were not so scrupulous, and even the most responsible slave owner would not live forever, and his slaves would pass to his heirs. As many as 1/4 of all slave marriages were broken up by masters selling or moving one spouse. How exactly did slaves go about entering into a marriage? As always, the rules could vary from one slave owner to another. Some might try to control marriages and divorces, going so far as to tell some male slaves to take their pick among the females, and then announcing that the couple were henceforth married. A common custom was jumping the broom. Former slave Elizabeth Sparks described her wedding.
I went with Jeannie Ann and worked at house. I didn't have to cook. I got permission to get married. Yes, always had to get permission. White folks give you away. You jump across a broomstick together and you was married. My husband lived on another plantation. I slept in my mistress's room, but I ain't slept in any bed. No, sir. I slept on a carpet, an old rug before the fireplace.
The broom jumping ritual could vary from one plantation to another, but essentially, the man and woman would place separate brooms on the floor in front of each other. The couple would then step across the brooms at the same time and take each other's hands. By this ceremony, slave bride and groom affirmed their commitment to each other before the slave community. Often, as with Elizabeth Sparks, marriages occurred between slaves on different plantations. This would require the permission of both slave owners. These married couples would live separately, getting together on Saturday night to enjoy their Sunday day of rest together. In many cases, they would also have religious holidays off and could be together then as well. Though, of course, that always depended upon the goodwill of the masters. Even slaves owned by a single master might not live together. George Washington owned 5 farms. Only about 1/3 of his married slaves lived in the same household. Others lived on separate farms owned by Washington, or on plantation owned by nearby masters. If they lived on the same site, married slaves might be placed in a small family cottage, perhaps of their own, perhaps to share with another couple. The quality of these homes varied, but they were generally small, had little in the way of furnishings, and were frequently messy. Slaves who worked for masters till dark seldom had time or energy to clean even their own dwellings. Former slave Mary Jane Wilson described her parents' situation.
My mother and father were slaves. When I was born, that made me a slave. My mother was owned by one family. My father was owned by another family. My mother and father was allowed to live together. One day, my father's master took my father to Norfolk, put him in jail to stay until he could sell him. My missus bought my father so he could be with us.
The owner's primary reason for allowing slaves to marry was to encourage them to have children. This would provide the next generation of labor. The marriages of George Washington's Mount Vernon slaves led to a large number of children. One French visitor at the plantation noted, The cabins swarm with little Negro children clad in rags our beggars would refuse to wear. Pregnant and nursing mothers were usually expected to work, but they were often given lighter tasks. It was recommended that pregnant slaves not be required to do plowing or heavy lifting.
Either way.
During delivery, slaves were attended by a midwife, usually another slave, but occasionally a white woman. A number of the wives of white men who worked for Washington served as midwives for his slaves. Washington usually provided rum for slave women in delivery, perhaps as an anesthetic. If the baby survived, the mother would usually be given an extra blanket and between 3 and 5 weeks to recover before returning to duties. But slave mothers were aware of the brutal existence they had borne their children into. Given their physical and emotional strain and the brutal day-to-day conditions of the lives of so many slaves, it should be no surprise that some mothers believed it better that their children did not survive. Another former slave, Celia Robinson, reported,
I remember how Mother told me the overseer would come to her when she had a young child and tell her to go home and suckle that thing, and she better be back in the field at work in 15 minutes. Mother said she knowed she could not go home and suckle that child and get back in 15 minutes, so she would go somewhere and sit down and pray the child would die.
Of course, infant mortality, high among whites and blacks alike, was rampant in the slave quarters. Estimates are that 1/3 of slave infants died within their first month, and half perished within the year. For those who survived, the childhood years between infancy and being old enough to work was largely unstructured. In most cases, they were living with mothers whose husbands were often on another plantation or work site. The mothers themselves were working for the master all day long. Some older children might be given the assignment of watching the younger ones, their first work as slaves. Washington complained to his overseer that the slave children were forever tearing up his shrubs. As they got older, but still as children, they could be given numerous small chores: hauling water or firewood, feeding livestock, and similar work that was too tedious for the master but did not require the strength or skill of adult slaves. When they reached between 11 and 14 years of age, their time of relative freedom came to an end. Slaves worked to build a life within the confines of their world. At night, and on Sundays and rare holidays, they would have a variety of family chores and limited social activities. They would typically have garden plots and small livestock of their own, from which they could supplement their meager diets. Taking care of these was a daily task. They would also care for their own clothing, mending whatever was necessary. In some cases, a slave might actually be able to use his or her time to earn a little bit of extra money. Washington's cook, Hercules, traveled with the first couple when they lived in Philadelphia. He was permitted to sell the slops from the kitchen, the proceeds from which he used to buy himself fancy clothes. Washington also bought produce that slaves grew on their garden plots and paid for fish caught by slaves on their own time. Washington's slaves also had the opportunity to exchange goods at the Sunday market in Alexandria, Virginia. Slaves were permitted to sell goods in the market until 9 a.m. They would have to rise early and travel about 9 miles, but the sense of freedom, opportunity to socialize, and the financial rewards must have been worth it. Although Washington may have been a particularly lenient master, there were enough other slaves in that market to make it clear that the privilege, at this stage in the nation's history, was not unusual. Again, slaves were human beings, and no humans can survive long without finding some way to have fun, even while living under oppression. Marbles was a popular activity among slaves, and there are records of an energetic game of tag called prisoner's base. Slaves also told stories and made music after hours. Those stories might be of life in Africa, or folk tales such as Brer Rabbit and the Tar Baby. Musical instruments were allowed by some masters, but not all. Slaves developed a style of body slapping, foot tapping, and hand clapping that reproduced the rhythms and cadences of African drumming. Music could relieve their misery at night and help work go more quickly in the day. Though it should in no way minimize the evils of slavery, we must recognize the courage of people who could find joy in simple pleasures while living at the whim of a master who considered them inferior humans. But even an owner as relatively lenient as Washington could invoke harsh penalties that made clear to all concerned who was the master. Unfortunately, one cannot consider the life of American slaves without thinking about the punishments they endured. There were few laws that could prevent slaveholders from doing whatever they wanted with their human property. Punishment could mean simply a verbal rebuke, or it could mean being beaten near death. Former slaves Walter Calloway, Elizabeth Sparks, Richard Toller, Candace Goodwin, and Albert Jones described their experiences as slaves.
Oh, yes, sir. Master John good enough to us, and we get plenty to eat. But he had an old setting there in Greenbush, would sure whip us if we didn't do the shooting. He didn't do no whipping himself. He had a big black boy named Mose, mean as a devil and strong as an ox. And the overseer let him do all the whipping. And man, he could sure lay on that rawhide lash. He whipped this slave gal about 13 years old so hard she nearly died. And all inside of her she had spells or fits or something. That make Master John powerful mad. So he ran that overseer off the place, and Mose didn't do no more whooping.
My mistress' name was Miss Jeannie Brown. She was a good woman. Of course, she'd slap and beat you once in a while, but she wasn't no woman for fighting, fussing, and beating you all day like some I know. Shep Miller was my master. Bought my mother a little girl when she was married. She was a real Christian, and he respected her a little. Didn't beat her so much. Of course, he beat her once in a while. Beat women. Why, sure, he beat women. Beat women just like men. Sometimes they beat him so bad, they just couldn't stand it, and they run away into the woods.
They's a whipping the slaves all the time, but I run away all the time. And I just tell them, if they whip me, I kill them. And I ain't never did get a whooping. If I ain't thought one was coming to me, I hid in the woods. And then send after me, and they say, come on back, we won't whip you. But they killed some of them slaves, whipped them to death. I guess they killed 3 or 4 on Toller's place while I was there.
My white people, they good to me. Of course, they gets mad at you, but they don't beat none of us. Just act like it. Well, I ain't never had a whipping in my life. Master, he don't never stroke none of his slaves, and bet nobody else neither.
I was born a slave in Southampton County, but my master was mighty good to me. He won't rough, that is, if you done right. But you'd better never let master catch you with a book or paper. If you done them things, he sure would beat you.
And finally, Reverend Allen reported,
I never heard or knew of a slave being tried in court for anything. I never knew of a slave being guilty of any crime more serious than taking something or violating plantation rules. And the only punishment that I ever heard or knew of being administered to slaves was whipping. I have personally known a few slaves that were beaten to death for one or more of the following offenses: leaving a home without a pass, talking back, sassing a white person, hitting another Negro, fussing, fighting, and raucousing in the quarters, lying, loitering on their work, taking things. The whites called it stealing.
The variety in the slave's accounts makes it clear how much a slave lived at the whim of his master. The masters were like feudal lords, setting their own laws and their own penalties. Some masters were kind, resisting any corporal punishment, and engendered true affection in their slaves. But they did this by choice, and by choice, other masters enforced their will with an iron fist. As people have done throughout history, slaves often found solace in religion. Early in colonial history, spreading the Christian gospel was considered so important that the baptism of a slave could be given as evidence for why he or she should be free. The planters, through the colonial governments, clarified in the law that baptism did not change a slave's circumstance. In the early colonial years, Africans tried to maintain their own religions. These might be indigenous African beliefs, or often Islam. There are indications that some of George Washington's slaves were Muslim, as were many slaves who came from North Africa. Many slaves brought with them an African belief that the world was populated by petulant spirits who must be appeased, else they would cause trouble. Appeasing the spirits took the form of dogmas and rituals that have been called voodoo. Whites were both dismissive of and threatened by these practices and worked to eliminate them. In the mid-1700s, slaves began converting to Christianity in large numbers as part of a religious revival that swept the English colonies. Protestant ministers preached an evangelical faith and practice that blended well with African rituals. It emphasized emotional, spiritual music, rebirth, and religious fervor. As slaves accepted Christianity, it was generally laid over the practices their parents had brought from Africa and developed its own forms and styles. But in general, there was little concerted effort to convert slaves to Christianity during the colonial years. Following the American Revolution, that would change. In fact, many changes were coming with the revolutionary generation. Fear that Parliament might one day outlaw slavery would be a factor in urging Southern colonies to seek independence. The stirring words from Thomas Jefferson's pen, that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, would open the hearts and the minds of many to see that the existence of slavery flew in the face of American ideals. Shortly after the Revolution, the northern colonies would move toward emancipation, beginning the clear divide between North and South. The Constitutional Convention would force the greatest men of the day to face the question of whether slaves were persons or property. And the Northwest Ordinance would, for the first time in history, draw a line in the sand and say that here, all men would be free. All this and more awaits us as we arise up from slavery.
Now see that possum, he works hard.
North America's English colonies were frustrated. After the French and Indian War ended in 1763, the British were in massive debt. The money had been spent in defense of the colonies, and the thousands of troops now stationed in the colonies were there to protect the lives and property of the colonists. The British therefore determined that it would increase its enforcement of existing taxes on the colonists and impose additional taxes as well. The increased taxes, as well as the increase in involvement by Parliament in the internal affairs of the colonies, and the lack of colonial representation in Parliament, all served to create the atmosphere of the Revolutionary period. The colonists' call for liberty were in direct contrast to the growing number of Africans and African Americans that the colonists held in bondage. Slavery was one of several key issues in the Revolutionary period, with partisans on both sides of the Atlantic decrying the slave trading or slave-owning practices of the other. Would American independence move the states closer to the abolition of slavery, or would the break from Britain mean even harsher conditions for American slaves? This and more as we rise up from slavery.
Steal away, steal away, steal away to Jesus. Steal away home. I ain't got long to stay here.
The British considered themselves to be the freest society that had ever existed. And yet, they controlled the Atlantic slave trade, enslaved millions of Africans in their colonies in North America and the West Indies. And they allowed the practice of slavery in England itself. Britons had a powerful sense of personal liberty and rule of law. They believed no man, not even the king, was above the law. All British subjects and colonial Americans took great pride in their freedom and in Britain's reputation as the land of liberty. The incongruity of slavery playing a substantial role in a land of liberty would be crystallized by a legal decision in London that would send tremors across the Atlantic. When he was 9 years old, a West African boy was enslaved and sold to European slave traders. He survived the Middle Passage across the Atlantic and arrived in Virginia in 1749. He now had an English name, Somerset. Somerset was purchased by a young Scottish merchant, Charles Stuart. Stuart had an office and warehouse in Norfolk, Virginia, and he made Somerset his personal servant. In that role, Somerset was well treated and interacted with a relatively wide range of people, both black and white. Stuart received compliments on Somerset's abilities, and when Stuart moved first to Quebec and later, in October 1769, to London, he took Somerset with him. As he'd done in Norfolk, Somerset made friends quickly in his new home. In London, he found a small but thriving black community. This community included free blacks, slaves working for colonial masters, much like Somerset's, and former slaves who had been freed by their masters. Somerset had been in London not quite 2 years when he was baptized into the Christian faith and took the first name James. There were some Britons at that time who believed that baptism alone could be grounds for freeing a slave, or at least provide support for his being freed. It was also true that Somerset was longing for freedom himself. In October 1771, 2 years after arriving in London, Somerset left his master's service, never to return. Stuart was angered and offended by Somerset's decision. He posted notices for Somerset's capture, and by the end of October, Somerset was in chains. Placed on a ship bound for Jamaica, where he was to be sold to work on the brutal sugar plantations, Somerset was rescued by the godparents who had stood for him at baptism. Thomas Walken, Elizabeth Cade, and John Morrow petitioned the court for a writ of habeas corpus, stating that Somerset was being held on a ship against his will. Chief Justice Lord Mansfield ordered that Somerset be released until a hearing could be held on the legality of his imprisonment, more than 7 months away. Rather than take that as an opportunity to flee, Somerset visited the abolitionist Granville Sharp to prepare his case. Sharp had helped other slaves obtain their freedom in similar cases. In those instances, Lord Mansfield had talked the slave owners into releasing the slave without him having to render a judgment on the case. Mansfield did not want to rule on the legality of one man enslaving another, for a simple reason. He could see no protection for it under the law. Such a ruling could lead to the eventual destruction of the slave trade, which brought much wealth into Britain. There was nothing in the written or positive law that would allow it. The practice itself, though rare in England, had existed for a long time and could therefore arguably be considered legal under common law. There were many on both sides of the Atlantic who believed that this decision would abolish slavery. The Chief Justice had declared that slavery had no justification under the law of England. The decision did not address slavery in the colonies, where positive law did indeed describe the rights of masters over their slaves, nor did it impact the Atlantic slave trade. Dozens of articles reported the Somerset case in the colonies. Southern slave owners feared that if Parliament decided to support the Somerset decision by outlawing slavery, their entire society could be in danger. The colonies had all been established under the authority of the king and authorized to form colonial legislatures. Each colony could create its own laws with the condition that those laws be not repugnant to the laws of England. Mansfield's pronouncement of the odious nature of slavery gave cause to worry that Parliament could one day decide that the colony's slavery codes were indeed repugnant. If so, the colonists, lacking any representation in Parliament, would have no say in the matter. Or, if the British were unwilling to outlaw slavery, because of the wealth slave labor produced, Parliament could instead impose taxes on the sale of slaves. This was one more grievance to add to the growing stack of problems that the colonists had with the British government. In 1762, King George III had vetoed a Virginia law regarding debt payments, a case that brought Patrick Henry to prominence. The Royal Proclamation of 1763 declared that the land west of the Appalachian Mountains, recently won from the French during the French and Indian War, to be off-limits to settlement by the colonists. Colonial governments could not grant settlement rights to the land. The Sugar Act of 1764, the Stamp Act of 1765, and the Townshend Act of 1767 had further outraged colonists. The offense was not the size of the taxes, which were relatively small, but the fact that they were imposed by a government on the other side of the ocean, in which the colonists had no representation. Cementing the sense that colonial self-government was in danger of disappearing completely, the 1766 Declaratory Act stated that Parliament had the authority to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. In March 1770, a mob in Boston gathered around a group of British soldiers. The mob grew larger and angrier, graduating from throwing snowballs to hurling rocks. When one soldier was clubbed to the ground, the British opened fire on the crowd. Of the 5 civilians killed in what was called the Boston Massacre, one was Crispus Attucks, who may well have been an escaped slave. Few details are known of Attucks and his life prior to the massacre, but he would be hailed as the first martyr of the Revolutionary War. White Southern planters were the wealthiest group in the North American colonies. They owned resources worth more than twice that of propertied men in the northern colonies. But that wealth was tied up in their labor and land. If Parliament ever freed the slaves, Southern planters would be wiped out, losing the value of the slaves, and with no labor force, the products of the land. Slaves also provided a hedge against financial loss. If a crop failed, planters could sell excess slaves to recoup the funds necessary to plant for the next season. In March 1773, the Virginia House of Burgesses resolved to form a committee of correspondence. Massachusetts had formed its own committee 5 months earlier, and the other colonies quickly joined. The purpose of the committees was to organize resistance to British encroachments. Eventually, these committees, bringing the colonies together, would form the government in opposition to Britain in the Revolutionary War. The Tea Act of 1773 was the beginning of the end of British rule in North America. Though the act actually lowered the price of legal tea, the colonists resisted the continuing taxation without representation. Their outrage culminated in the Boston Tea Party on December 16, 1773. Parliament responded with the Intolerable Acts, which, among other things, brought Massachusetts government under the direct control of British government. Thomas Jefferson included the slave trade and slavery itself as one of the unjust practices forced upon America by Great Britain. In 1774, Jefferson wrote a pamphlet, A Summary View of the Rights of British America.
The abolition of domestic slavery is the great object of desire in those colonies where it was unhappily introduced in their infant state. But previous to the enfranchisement of the slaves it is necessary to exclude all further importations from Africa. Yet our repeated attempts to effect this by prohibitions and by imposing duties which might amount to a prohibition have been hitherto defeated by His Majesty's negative, thus preferring the immediate advantages of a few British corsairs to the lasting interests of the American states, and to the rights of human nature, deeply wounded by this infamous practice.
Jefferson was not alone in calling for an end to the slave trade, from both a moral standpoint and as a means of resisting Britain, which gained so much in its odious trade. In July 1774, a set of resolutions was adopted by a committee in Fairfax County, Virginia, that included George Washington and George Mason among its members. The Fairfax County Resolves, as they are called, highlighted a number of the concerns that were leading colonists to seek independence from Britain. Among them was the slave trade, the committee stating, "We take this opportunity of declaring our most earnest wishes to see an entire stop forever put to such a wicked, cruel, and unnatural trade." When the First Continental Congress met in October 1774, they used the Fairfax County Resolves as the starting point for a resolution signed by delegates from all of the colonies. The Declaration and Resolves of the First Continental Congress included a range of issues, but one was the Atlantic slave trade.
We will neither import nor purchase any slave imported after the 1st day of December next, after which time we will wholly discontinue the slave trade, and will neither be concerned in it ourselves, nor will we hire our vessels, nor sell our commodities or manufactures to those who are concerned in it.
Individual colonies had sought to end importation of African slaves in the past. Pennsylvania passed bills prohibiting slave trading in 1712, 1714, and 1717, but they were disallowed by the Crown. Massachusetts passed a similar bill in 1774, which was also disallowed. Virginia had opposed the Atlantic slave trade since 1772. Part of their opposition was due to the horrific nature of the Middle Passage. Part was due to their concerns that the slave population in Virginia had already grown dangerously large. And part was due to the fact that if no further slaves were imported from Africa, future slave purchase by South Carolina and Georgia would be from Virginia planters. Regardless of the reason, though the individual colonial governments were unable to outlaw the Atlantic slave trade under British rule, the prohibition by the Continental Congress would stand throughout the war. And war was beginning to look inevitable to some. The Royal Governor of Virginia, Lord Dunmore, responded to the formation of Virginia's Committee of Correspondence by dissolving the Colonial Assembly. Tensions in the colonies rose and then boiled over. Militia companies began to organize within the colonies and to seek out arms and equipment. On April 19, 1775, the shot heard round the world was fired in the battles of Lexington and Concord. The next day, before news could have even reached Virginia, Lord Dunmore ordered Royal Marines to remove the gunpowder stored in a magazine in Williamsburg and to take it to a Royal Navy ship. The colonists discovered the Marines as they were transporting the gunpowder, and the local militia raced to the scene. Williamsburg's city council insisted that the gunpowder was the property of the colony, not the Crown, and must be returned. Dunmore claimed that he had seized the powder after he had discovered a planned slave rebellion. That was enough to mollify the crowd of Virginians, long fearful of a slave uprising. But when the crowds protested again just 2 days later, Dunmore insisted that if insult or injury were done to his person, he would declare freedom to the slaves and reduce the city of Williamsburg to ashes. He added that if the hostile environment led to battle, that he believed all the slaves would join the side of the British. On May 3rd, the Hanover militia reached Williamsburg, headed by Patrick Henry. Dunmore evacuated his family to York County, where he joined them a month later. He was eventually forced off Virginia's soil altogether, taking refuge on a British warship. A few months later, on November 7, 1775, Lord Dunmore issued a proclamation declaring martial law and called upon all able-bodied men to join him in defending the colony against the rebels. Dunmore's proclamation boldly called upon slaves belonging to colonial patriots to desert their rebellious masters and join his army, promising freedom for them all.
I do require every person capable of bearing arms to resort to His Majesty's standard or be looked upon as traitors to His Majesty's crown and government. And I do hereby further declare all indented servants, Negroes or others appertaining to rebels free that are able and willing to bear arms, they joining His Majesty's troops as soon as may be practical.
Within a week, over 300 slaves had escaped to enlist with Dunmore and join the Loyalist cause, doubling his loyal forces. The proclamation outraged colonials loyal to Britain as well as regular patriots. No one living in a colony with a large slave population could hear the call for what amounted to a slave revolt without feeling terror. In response, the Virginia Assembly declared that the runaway slaves faced the death penalty, but said that runaways who returned on their own would be pardoned. Dunmore organized his black loyalists into the Royal Ethiopian Regiment. They were armed, trained, and given uniforms with "Liberty to Slaves" emblazoned on their chests. The Ethiopian Regiment was blooded in a skirmish with militia at Kemp's Landing, where black loyalists fought side by side with British regulars. And the Battle of Great Bridge, a few weeks later, nearly half of Dunmore's men were freed slaves. That battle was lost to the Patriots. 32 black loyalists were captured and ordered sold in the Caribbean. 800 slaves in all would respond to Dunmore's proclamation, but smallpox took its toll. When Dunmore retreated to New York in August 1776, fewer than half the Ethiopian regiment still lived. Not all British commanders were open to armed blacks fighting for Britain. But Sir Henry Clinton, who replaced Howe in May 1778, issued a proclamation even more expansive than Dunmore's. He proclaimed that all slaves belonging to Patriot owners were now free, regardless of whether they joined the British forces. This cost him some support among Southern loyalists. Tens of thousands of slaves did escape to the British. It is impossible to know the exact numbers, but Thomas Jefferson estimated that at least 30,000 Virginia slaves had run away to the British by 1778, including 30 from his own home in Monticello. It is estimated that 25,000 escaped bondage in South Carolina during the war, and another 12,000 in Georgia. Some escaped slaves did join the British forces. The largest group, and the only official black provincial unit, was the Black Pioneers. The pioneers served as scouts and performed various public works and engineering tasks, such as digging fortifications. Why would slaves choose to fight for the British, the very people who had taken them or their ancestors from Africa in the first place? How could the slaves trust British promises of freedom? The Founding Fathers should well have understood the siren song of liberty. In truth, most did recognize the evils of slavery, but they generally considered these necessary evils until the South could replace the slaves with another labor force. Leading men such as Jefferson, Franklin, and Washington had repudiated the slave trade and slavery itself and chastised Britain for forcing slaves upon the colonists in the first place, and creating a dependency of which they could not yet see their way clear. To modern ears, this can sound much like an addict blaming his addiction on the supplier. In Thomas Jefferson's first draft of the Declaration of Independence, he included a vilification of King George III for creating and sustaining the slave trade. Jefferson's fellow Southern delegates were unwilling to include that provision in the final draft, and they also opposed black soldiers fighting for the Patriot cause. During the war, the number of blacks serving in the British forces is estimated to be in the tens of thousands. On the other hand, only about 5,000 served in the Continental Army or state militias. These came mostly from northern states. Writing in 1890, Joseph T. Wilson noted,
"The love of liberty was no less strong with the Southern than with the Northern colored man, as their efforts for liberty show. At the North, he gained his freedom by entering the American Army. At the South, only by entering the British Army, which was joined by more than 15,000 colored men." Jefferson says 30,000 Negroes from Virginia alone went to the British Army. I make the digression simply to assert that had the colored men at the South possessed the same opportunity as those at the North of enlisting in the American Army, a large force of colored men would have been in the field fighting for America's independence.
Nevertheless, thousands of blacks did fight in the American forces. This was not an entirely new concept. Though regulations had prevented slaves and free blacks from joining the militia, these rules tended to be ignored during time of war. Black soldiers, free and slave, had served in the French and Indian War and other past colonial conflicts. They served as soldiers, scouts, sailors, and workers, and not in all-black units. They served next to white soldiers, generally for the same pay. In 1775, blacks were serving in northern militias, and black militiamen fought at Lexington and Concord. And one of those heroes of the Battle of Bunker Hill was the freed slave Peter Salem. Peter Salem, the black hero of Bunker Hill, was a member of the Framingham militia, where he served for the full 7 years of the war. He was presented to General Washington in recognition of his bravery in battle. But many Southern leaders could not tolerate the idea of black men in arms. Edward Rutledge, a congressional delegate from South Carolina, demanded that all slaves and free blacks be discharged from the Continental Army. His motion was defeated, but the Continental Congress agreed to instruct Washington to take on no more black recruits. When George Washington took command of the Continental Army in Boston in July 1775, he instructed the recruiting officers to not enlist any Negro or any person who was not American-born. However, as historian George Bancroft wrote in his 1889 History of the United States,
the role of the Army at Cambridge had, from its first formation, borne the names of men of color, but as yet without legislative approval.
Approved or not, black soldiers were serving, and Washington had no desire to see them go. After Lord Dunmore's proclamation in November 1775, Washington resolved to go back to Congress and request permission to recruit free blacks. Washington received word that the free Negroes who had served faithfully in the Army at Cambridge may be re-enlisted therein, but no others. But the Patriots needed men-at-arms, whatever their color. By early 1777, Washington was ready to allow the recruitment of free blacks. One witness to the use of free and enslaved black men during the war was a Hessian officer serving the British. He wrote in October 1777,
"The Negro can take the field instead of his master, and therefore no regiment is to be seen in which there are not Negroes in abundance, and among them are able-bodied, strong, and brave fellows."
But though that officer may have seen many black soldiers and surmised that some were slaves serving in the place of their masters, officially, the Continental Army was only taking free blacks. And even opening the ranks to free blacks did not bring in enough men. Black soldiers were among those half-starved and half-frozen patriots in the bitter Valley Forge winter of 1777 through 78. But the overall numbers were still too low for comfort. In January of 78, General J.M. Varnum presented to Washington a plan for raising 2 battalions of black soldiers in Rhode Island. Washington passed the idea along to the Rhode Island governor, who proposed it to the legislature. The legislature responded,
"It is voted and resolved that every able-bodied Negro, mulatto, or Indian man slave in this state may enlist into either of the said 2 battalions to serve during the continuance of the present war with Great Britain. That every slave so enlisting shall be entitled to and receive all the bounties, wages, and encouragements allowed by the Continental Congress to any soldier enlisting in their service. It is further voted and resolved that every slave so enlisting shall, upon his passing muster, be immediately discharged from the service of his master or mistress and be absolutely free, as though he had never been encumbered with any kind of servitude or slavery."
Rhode Island even resolved that slaves should be freed, but those who became too sick to fight would still be free and would be supported at the expense of the state. Slave owners would be compensated for their loss of property. Eventually, the 1st Regiment of Rhode Island would have over 200 fighting men. They fought under Colonel Greene at the Battle of Rhode Island and were praised for their bravery and determination. Other northern states followed Rhode Island's lead, but southern states were reluctant. The Continental Congress tried to spur Georgia and South Carolina to raise an army of slaves to be commanded by white officers. Congress would compensate the masters for each slave, and the slaves would receive freedom at the end of the war. They refused. Other than Georgia and the Carolinas, the southern states did contribute black soldiers to the Patriot cause. But despite having a much higher African American population, they managed many fewer black recruits. Although southern states provided few black soldiers, they provided a significant number of black sailors. Neither the Continental Congress nor any individual state legislature forbade blacks serving in the Navy. The American Revolutionary War came to a head at the Siege of Yorktown, Virginia, in October 1781. And as they had been throughout the war, black soldiers were there on both sides of the conflict. American forces had been battling British General Cornwallis in Virginia since May. The Marquis de Lafayette shadowed Cornwallis's army, keeping just out of arm's reach. He was aided in this effort by the slave James Armistead from New Kent County, Virginia. Armistead had been given leave from his master to be Lafayette's servant. The Marquis instead turned him into a spy. In July, Armistead was hired by Cornwallis to report on the American forces. But Armistead was a double agent, keeping the Americans and their French allies informed of British plans, including Cornwallis's building of fortifications in Yorktown. Lafayette passed word to Washington, and Washington moved his army down from the north to confront Cornwallis. The Rhode Island Regiment participated in the siege of Yorktown. They served with Major General Benjamin Lincoln's division. The regiment, with over 4,000 other patriots, dug the first parallel on the evening of October 6th, less than 600 yards from the enemy. A portion of the regiment was joined with Lafayette's light infantry, and they would have witnessed Cornwallis's surrender on October 19th, 1781. With the surrender of Cornwallis, support in England for the war plummeted. Control of Parliament shifted to the Peace Party, and major military activities in North America ended. A final peace treaty would be signed in Paris on September 3rd, 1783. How did black soldiers on both sides of the conflict fare as the war came to an end? For the most part, promises of freedom made by the British or colonial governments were kept. At first, black loyalists who had served the British were terrified by the thought that they would be returned to their masters and perhaps even killed. The Treaty of Paris demanded that the British return any Negroes or other property of the American inhabitants. Black loyalists based in southern states at the time of the treaty were less fortunate, and many were returned to their masters. On the American side, most promises were honored to slaves who had agreed to fight the British in exchange for freedom. Most, but not all. Some masters, men who had sent slaves to fight while they themselves stayed at home, put their Revolutionary War veterans back to work in the fields. This happened often enough that the Virginia legislature passed a law forbidding it. The American Revolution was the beginning of the end of slavery in the North. The Somerset decision in 1772 had stirred up powerful abolitionist feelings, particularly among Quakers. The language and emotions of the Declaration of Independence and the quest for liberty forced many to point to the contradiction of a land of freedom enslaving hundreds of thousands of men, women, and children. And certainly, the valor of black patriots aided the cause of freedom for the nation and for slaves in the North. The Massachusetts Constitution of 1780 declared all men born free and equal. In a case much like Somerset's in England, the Massachusetts slave Quock Walker sued for his freedom under the state's constitution and won. Thus ended slavery in Massachusetts. Other northern states passed emancipation laws that went into effect quickly or gradually, depending on the state. In many cases, slavery would be replaced by bitter racial prejudices. But one thing was clear. The North took the view that the war had made it a place of freedom, while the South believed that the war had secured its right to maintain the institution of slavery. In 1787, as the delegates to the Constitutional Convention met to develop the Constitution that would eventually be the foundation of the United States government, slavery was a major topic of consideration. Delegates from the northern states, which were already in the process of ending slavery, were opposed to the practice. Delegates from the South, among whom were large plantation holders, saw slavery as a necessary evil, essential to their region's production. The issue was of particular concern when deciding how to determine each state's representation in the federal government. Delegates from the South, where slaves represented about 40% of the population, wanted slaves to count as citizens when determining a state's representation. This would mean that the number of representatives a state could send to Congress would be based on the size of their total population, including slaves. But since slaves themselves would have no vote, this would give white voters in the South a disproportionately high level of representation. Further, when taxes were to be determined based on population size, the South wanted slaves to be considered property, not persons. The Northern delegates considered this a twisted logic designed to benefit Southern planters at the expense of Northern citizens. Eventually, a compromise was reached. A slave would count as 3/5 of a person when determining both representation and taxation. The convention also dealt with the issue of the Atlantic slave trade. Every state except Georgia and the Carolinas had banned the importation of slaves from across the Atlantic. But those 3 southern states still required high levels of importation in order to maintain their workforces. Virginia and Maryland, on the other hand, saw that their slave population was growing naturally by reproduction, and no new imports were needed. In fact, these states would benefit from a restriction on international slave trade, as it would make their own slaves more valuable, and they could sell excess slaves to the Deep South. Eventually, another compromise was reached. It was agreed that the international slave trade would continue another 20 years, and that Congress could then end the trade beginning in 1808. A third major item in the Constitution with regard to slavery is the third clause of Article 4.
No person held in service or labor in one state, under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall, in consequence of any law or regulation therein, be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up on claim of the party to whom such service or labor may be due.
Although it did not use the term slave, the point of this clause was to protect the property rights of slave owners in the event that slaves escaped to a free state. A few years later, the Fugitive Slave Act of 1793 would strengthen this clause by making it a crime to assist a runaway and allow slave catchers to operate in all the states and territories. At the same time as the delegates were meeting in Philadelphia on the Constitution, the Continental Congress, still operating under the Articles of Confederation, was meeting in New York. Their most important product was the Northwest Ordinance, which detailed how new territories would be opened up for the American expansion. Article 6 of the ordinance stated that There shall be neither slavery nor involuntary servitude in the said territory, otherwise than in the punishment of crimes whereof the party shall have been duly convicted. This outlawed slavery in these Northwest territories. Southern planters were actually pleased with this decision, as they feared that if those territories were open to slave-based plantations, they would provide too much competition in cash crops, such as tobacco. The American Revolution was about liberty. In practice, it was more about the liberty of whites than blacks, but the Revolution nevertheless had a powerful impact on slavery in America. Individual slaves were given the opportunity to fight for their freedom. In the North, they were given the opportunity to join the Patriot cause and earn freedom by protecting American liberty. In the South, where several states refused to consider arming slaves, those potential patriots instead escaped their bondage to fight for the promise of freedom offered by the British. After the war, revolutionary ideals and a new abolitionist movement inspired by the Somerset decision in England led to the eventual emancipation of all slaves in northern states, though more quickly in some states than others. In the South, Southern planters felt that they had successfully defended their way of life, slavery, against the looming threat of parliamentary interference. They had no intention of letting the new government of the United States become a new threat to their means of economic production. The new Constitution denigrated slaves by counting each as less than a whole person. But it set an end date to the international trade in slaves. And the Congress sectioned off an enormous territory and declared that this portion of land should be forever free. In many ways, it seemed as if slavery might fade away in coming decades, as more citizens began to think that the inalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness should belong to slaves as well as free whites. But a technological marvel was less than a decade from being invented. The cotton gin would breathe new life into this peculiar institution, providing one more roadblock on our path up from slavery.
A party of horsemen started from Richmond with the intention of killing every colored person they saw in Southampton County. They stopped outside the cabin of a free colored man who was hoeing in his little field. They called out, "Is this Southampton County?" He replied, "Yes, sir. You've just crossed the line by yonder tree." They shot him dead and rode on.
They killed Antonio, a slave of Mr. J. Stanley, whom they shot. Then they pointed their guns at him and told him to confess about the insurrection. He told them he didn't know anything about any insurrection. They shot several balls through him, quartered him, and put his head on a pole at the fork of the road leading to the court. He had no trial. They never do.
Although Virginia, in many ways, had long been among the more lenient of slave states with regard to treatment of slaves, in 1831, many white citizens of that state took up arms and went on a murderous rampage. What could have driven Virginia's white population to such a frenzy of terror and rage?
It is with pain that we speak of another feature of the Southampton Rebellion, for we have been most unwilling to have our sympathies for the sufferers diminished or affected by their misconduct. We allude to the slaughter of many blacks without trial and under circumstances of great barbarity. We met with an individual of intelligence who told us that he himself had killed between 10 and 15.
This insurrection, this Southampton Rebellion, was led by a man his followers called General Nat, and is generally considered the most successful slave rebellion in the United States, if one measures success by the number of casualties among the whites. Like all slave revolts within the U.S., both before and after the states separated from Britain to form their own nation, the revolt led by Nat Turner would end in failure. But the terror created by Turner's small army did not disappear with their deaths, or the deaths of countless innocent slaves and free blacks. The slaughters both by and of slaves would horrify the nation and pull it one step further up from slavery.
Steal away, steal away, steal away to Jesus. Steal away home. I ain't got long to stay here.
Nat Turner's rebellion in 1831 was by no means the first significant revolt by slaves in America. As many as 500 rebellions, large and small, have been identified over the centuries of America's practice of slavery. In no case did the slaves achieve any kind of overthrow of white power, and in almost all cases, the participating slaves, and frequently many others as well, were executed or faced some other harsh penalty. Although we imagine slave uprisings taking place on southern plantations, one of the earliest significant slave revolts occurred not in the South, but in the colony of New York. In 1712, New York City had a relatively large population of slaves. Additionally, large numbers of escaped slaves in the New York colony had made their way to the city, where many joined together in criminal gangs. There were numerous such gangs around the docks, and they frequently clashed violently. White New Yorkers were terrified by these groups, though generally the gangs did not attack whites. Regardless, the white population was already concerned. Since 1702, it had been illegal for slaves to gather in groups larger than 3. Despite these regulations, and despite paid enforcers who flogged violators, slaves in New York City had more opportunities for communication than those on plantations. And in 1712, communication led to conspiracy. On the night of April 6th, a group of 24 African-born slaves gathered together in an orchard on the edge of town. Here they had hidden muskets, hatchets, and swords, which they now took to hand. They set fire to a building and then hid themselves and waited. When the white townsmen showed up to fight the blaze, the slaves opened fire, killing 9 men. An alarm was raised, and the slaves ran off. Militia from the city and Westchester County gathered to hunt the Africans down, and eventually surrounded them in the woods of northern Manhattan. 6 of the rebels, probably the leaders, committed suicide. 70 black men, more than actually participated in the uprising, were jailed. Eventually, 27 were tried, and 21 were convicted and executed in a grisly manner. Some were burned alive. At least one was killed on a breaking wheel. The white colonists of New York reacted with even more stringent laws, restricting the movement of slaves and free blacks. Any slave caught with a firearm would receive 20 lashes. Conspiracy by a slave to commit murder was punishable by death, as was rape and destruction of property. South Carolina did not have problems quite as early as New York, in part because the slave owners and their slaves had come from the sugar plantations of the West Indies, and they brought the restrictive slave codes with them. But in 1739, South Carolina's planters faced an armed insurrection. The leader of the rebellion was a slave named Jemmy, who was identified as being from Angola, but was probably from the Congo Empire. The Congo had been going through civil wars for years at the time that Jemmy and his compatriots would have been captured and enslaved. This meant that he and his men would likely have had military experience. Jemmy was slaved on a plantation near the Stono River, about 20 miles southwest of Charleston, South Carolina. On September 9th, 1739, he and 20 other African slaves made an attempt to leave South Carolina for Spanish Florida. England and Spain were at war, and the Spanish sought to destabilize the British colonies and let it be known that slaves who escaped to Florida would be freed and given land. Some slaves had already taken advantage of this offer. The Congo Empire had been Catholic since 1491 and included a large number of Portuguese speakers. Jemmy and his fellow Congo slaves would likely have been attracted to living in a Catholic land and would have had familiarity with the Spanish language. Spain's incentive would have been particularly attractive to them. The timing of their attempt was probably due to South Carolina's Security Act, which would have been enacted at the end of the month. That law would require all white men to carry firearms with them at all times, including Sunday church. On Sundays, slaves were allowed to work for themselves, and white men typically did not go armed. Jemmy and his men were probably intending to take advantage of that fact before the law changed things. They first attacked a shop at the Stono River Bridge, where they killed 2 shopkeepers and seized guns and ammunition. They continued south, killing white men, women, and children along the way. One tavern keeper was spared because he had a reputation for kindness towards his slaves. Another slave owner was spared when his slaves hid him from Jemmy's men. Those slaves were forced to join the insurrection, but they were eventually rewarded for their efforts to save their master. Other slaves joined the march south, and the slave army had 50 men by late morning. Lieutenant Governor William Bull almost became one of their victims. He later reported the incident to the English Board of Trade.
I was returning from Granville County with 4 gentlemen and met these rebels at 11 o'clock in the forenoon, and fortunately discerned the approaching danger time enough to avoid it, and to give notice to the militia, who on the occasion behaved with so much expedition and bravery as by 4 o'clock the same day to come up with them and killed and took so many as put a stop to any further mischief at that time.
When the militia arrived, they faced an army of as many as 80 rebels. The 2 armed groups clashed. 20 whites and 44 slaves were killed in the firefight. The rest of the slaves escaped, though most were captured in the months that followed. Again, Lieutenant Governor William Bull.
44 of them have been killed and executed. Some few yet remain concealed in the woods, expecting the same fate. They seem desperate. It was the opinion of His Majesty's Council that one of the most effectual means that could be used at present to prevent such desertion of our Negroes is to encourage some Indians, by a suitable reward, to pursue and, if possible, to bring back the deserters. And while the Indians are thus employed, they would be in the way ready to intercept others that might attempt to follow. I have sent for the chiefs of the Chickasaws living at New Windsor and the Catawba Indians for that purpose.
The colonial government responded to the insurrection by passing an act for the better ordering and governing of Negroes and other slaves in 1740. Slaves were prohibited from growing their own food, learning to read, earning their own money, or meeting in groups. Some of these regulations had existed previously, but had not been enforced. The South Carolina legislature also sought to address potential causes of the rebellion by setting penalties for masters who were brutal with their slaves or who worked them excessively. Consider that excessive work meant more than 15 hours of work per day in the summer, or 14 hours of work per day in the winter. What could inspire slaves to take up arms against overwhelming odds, facing a certain and horrific death if they failed? Perhaps these rebellions in 1712 and 1739 are more understandable, given that colonies themselves were less organized and united than they would be after 1787. But surely slaves considering armed rebellion in the early 19th century would have known their cause was hopeless. The Haitian Revolution would change everything about what was possible for slaves who were willing to fight for their freedom. Although this revolt obviously did not occur within the United States, it was too close for comfort in the eyes of many. The effects of the Haitian Revolution would spill over into the United States. Known then as the French colony of Saint-Domingue, the island that would become Haiti was producing 60% of the world's coffee and 40% of the French and British imported sugar in 1789. The wealthy colony was built on the backs of African slaves who outnumbered whites and free blacks 10 to 1. In August 1791, those slaves, inspired by the French Revolution, rose up in rebellion. Before the end of the year, they killed 4,000 whites and burned hundreds of plantations. Over the next several years, the Saint-Domingue rebellion expanded into a full civil war against France. Finally, in 1804, Haiti achieved independence. The oppressed had become the new ruling class. A colony of slaves had liberated itself from European rule. Slave owners in America were made all the more fearful by the revolution's success. They worried that their own slaves might be inspired by the success of African slaves in Haiti. And indeed they would be. Haiti stood as irrefutable proof that an armed revolt by an enslaved population could lift an entire population out of slavery. Thomas Jefferson, who was president during the end of this tumultuous period, was concerned about the example Haiti had set. But the Haitian Revolution also made possible the greatest achievement of the Jefferson administration, the Louisiana Purchase. Napoleon's failure to subdue Haiti led to his decision to sell the massive French lands bordering the United States, lands that would later lead to expanded conflict over slavery. One of the African-American revolutionaries, who Jefferson feared had been inspired by the Haitian Revolution, was Gabriel, slave of the Prosser family in Virginia's Henrico County. Born in the year that Thomas Jefferson penned the nation's Declaration of Independence, by 1800, Gabriel was a giant of a man. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches, Gabriel carried the muscles that came from training as a blacksmith since he was 10 years old. Because of Gabriel's smithing skills, his master hired Gabriel out to other planters and merchants. Prosser also allowed Gabriel to hire himself out on Sundays, which gave him a chance to earn money. It also allowed him to meet with slaves and disaffected free blacks. The energy of America's own revolutionary generation, the success of the slaves in Saint-Domingue in throwing off their oppressors, and the countless indignities and injuries that surrounded his life as a slave fueled in Gabriel a desire to take up arms in the name of liberty. In the summer of 1800, Gabriel and his brothers Solomon and Martin held secret meetings with groups of other slaves. Writing half a century later, the abolitionist Thomas Wentworth Higginson described a meeting.
The Negro Ben Woolfolk stated that about the 1st of the preceding June, a Negro named Colonel George prevailed on him to have an interview with a certain leading man among the blacks named Gabriel. Arrived at the place of meeting, he found many persons assembled, to whom a preliminary oath was administered that they would keep secret all which they might hear. The leaders then began, to the dismay of this witness, to allude to a plan of insurrection, which, as they stated, was already far advanced toward maturity. Presently, a man named Martin, Gabriel's brother, proposed religious services, caused the company to be duly seated, and began an impassioned exposition of Scripture, bearing upon the perilous theme. The Israelites were glowingly portrayed as a type of successful resistance to tyranny, and it was argued that now, as then, God would stretch forth his arm to save, and would strengthen 100 to overthrow 1,000.
Gabriel had previously purchased arms and ammunition, including guns, shot, and powder. Gabriel and his brother Solomon used their blacksmith skills to turn scythes into swords. One witness reported, after viewing the swords, "I have never seen arms so murderous." Gabriel's plan was stunning in its audacity. They would strike on the first day of September. Over 1,000 men were to assemble at a brook near Richmond and then march on the city in 3 columns. Higginson reports,
The right wing was instantly to seize upon the penitentiary building, just converted into an arsenal, while the left wing was to take possession of the powder house. These 2 columns were to be armed chiefly with clubs, as their undertaking depended for success upon surprise, and was expected to prevail without hard fighting. But it was the central force, armed with muskets, cutlasses, knives, and pikes, upon which the chief responsibility rested. These men were to enter the town at both ends simultaneously and begin a general carnage.
A letter writer reported weeks after the plot.
It was extensive and vast in its design. Nothing could have been better contrived. They were then to have called on their fellow Negroes and the friends of humanity throughout the continent by proclamation to rally round their standard. The magazine, which was defenseless, would have supplied them with arms for many thousand men. The treasury would have given them money, the mills bread, and the bridges would have enabled them to let in their friends and keep out their enemies.
Gabriel's plan was derailed when, instead of an army, an incredible storm was unleashed upon Richmond, submerging roads and plantations and washing away bridges. Higginson reports,
The fords, which then, as now, were the frequent substitutes for bridges in that region, were rendered wholly impassable. The brook swamp, one of the most important strategic points of the insurgents, was entirely inundated, hopelessly dividing Prosser's farm from Richmond. The country Negroes could not get in, nor those from the city get out. The 1,000 men dwindled to a few hundred, and these half paralyzed by superstition. There was nothing to do but to dismiss them, and before they could reassemble, they were betrayed.
2 slaves came forward and reported Gabriel's plans to their master. He then contacted Virginia's Governor James Monroe, who called out the state militia. The city of Richmond was in arms, and night patrols across the state were doubled. A troop of U.S. cavalry was ordered to Richmond, and dozens of slaves were arrested. Gabriel himself escaped for 11 days before being discovered on September 24th as a stowaway on a ship in Norfolk. Taken to Richmond, he was convicted on October 3rd and executed on October 7th. Gabriel's cohorts included slaves, free blacks, and some white workers as well. One or more French nationals may have been involved, which drew comparisons to the revolution in Saint-Domingue and had Virginians all the more fearful. Dozens of slaves were executed or sent to the West Indies. One of Gabriel's co-conspirators, a fellow slave, made a speech at his trial.
I have nothing more to offer than what General Washington would have had to offer, had he been taken by the British and put to trial by them. I have adventured my life in endeavoring to obtain the liberty of my countrymen, and am a willing sacrifice in their cause. And I beg, as a favor, that I may be immediately led to execution. I know that you have predetermined to shed my blood. Why then all this mockery of a trial?
Governor Monroe sought advice regarding the penalties for the slaves from Thomas Jefferson, who was then vice president. More than 24 slaves had already been executed. Jefferson wrote to Monroe,
"Where to stay the hand of the executioner is an important question. Those who have escaped from the immediate danger must have feelings which would dispose them to extend the executions. Even here, where everything has been perfectly tranquil, but where a familiarity with slavery and a possibility of danger from that quarter prepare the general mind for some severities, there is a strong sentiment that there has been hanging enough. The other states and the world at large will forever condemn us if we indulge in a principle of revenge or go one step beyond absolute necessity."
When the executions were over, the legislature responded to the planned rebellion. To reduce the ability of other potential revolutionaries to meet and plan, the Virginia General Assembly outlawed the hiring out of slaves. Additionally, free blacks were required to petition the legislature for permission to remain within Virginia, or else leave the state. Virginia's growing population of free blacks had encouraged slaves to think of freedom for themselves, and Virginia planners could not allow that. Gabriel's plan may have been audacious, but its 1,000-man army never marched. The largest slave revolt in American history took place in the territory that Jefferson was able to purchase from Napoleon after France lost Haiti. Napoleon had hoped to use Louisiana as a base from which to expand into North America. But the loss of Saint-Domingue, now Haiti, forced him to change his plans. He sold Louisiana to the United States in 1803. The new governor, William Claiborne, struggled to manage the various French, Spanish, and English-speaking populations, which included wealthy and poor whites, free blacks, African-American slaves, and African slaves. Slave labor was already widely used in Louisiana on sugar, cotton, and indigo plantations. Although they had never had a significant slave revolt, white planters were concerned that the 1791 revolution in the French colony of Saint-Domingue would spread to the French-speaking colony of Louisiana. In January 1811, slaves in New Orleans were enjoying a brief respite in their back-breaking work. The sugar harvest was in, and the slave owners allowed their slaves some freedom so that their masters could focus on the holidays. Charles DeLong took advantage of this relaxing of the guard. A trusted slave driver and a slave himself, DeLong had the freedom to travel across multiple plantations, ostensibly to work with other slave drivers to plan the harvest and to push slaves to work harder. He used this time to meet secretly with his lieutenants and plan an insurrection. After sundown on January 8th, DeLong and about 25 others gathered on the Andre plantation. When Colonel Manuel Andre and his son Gilbert were asleep, the slaves attacked with axes. The slave army marched along the banks of the Mississippi River towards New Orleans. As they marched, they gathered more followers until hundreds of men followed behind Charles Dillon and his lieutenants. Contemporary accounts suggest that the army may have swelled to between 200 to as many as 500 rebel slaves. On January 9th, Governor Claiborne, alerted to the impending attack on New Orleans, ordered army troops and militia in the city to march out to meet the rebels. Early on the morning of the 10th, the army troops surrounded the plantation of Jacques Fortier. In a brief battle, André's better-armed force shattered the slave army. Dillon was captured the next day, January 11th. Unlike Gabriel Prosser, Dillon did not get a trial. A witness described Dillon's fate at the hands of the militia.
Had his hands chopped off, then shot in one thigh and then the other until they were both broken. Then was shot in the body, and before he had expired, he was put into a bundle of straw and roasted.
Other slaves were arrested and tried. 30 were executed, their heads put on pikes at the city gates. Almost 100 rebels in all were killed, either in battle or in the executions. Bodies of the dead rebels were displayed by planters and government officials, much as the Romans had lined their roads with the crucified army of Spartacus, a warning to all slaves who dreamed of freedom. But that dream was not easily suppressed. Denmark Vesey was a slave who achieved that dream for himself. But it was then replaced by a new dream of freedom for his fellow Africans and African Americans who were suffering under the yoke of slavery. A skilled carpenter, Vesey settled in Charleston to ply his trade. He became a respected member of the free black community in Charleston. But he was an angry man, and he went to the Christian Bible to find justification for his rage. Abolitionist Thomas Higginson reported that
he rendered himself perfectly familiar with all those parts of the scriptures which he thought he could pervert to his purpose, and would readily quote them to prove that slavery was contrary to the laws of God, that slaves were bound to attempt their emancipation, however shocking and bloody might be the consequences, and that such efforts would not only be pleasing to the Almighty, but they were absolutely enjoined, and their success predicted in the scriptures.
Vesey taught Bible lessons and preached sermons at Charleston's African Methodist Episcopal Church, and he used that venue as a means of gathering and organizing his followers. Literate and well-spoken, he drew a crowd of loyal followers. In addition to the Bible, Vesey drew inspiration from the Haitian Revolution. He even wrote to the government in Haiti to request assistance and planned to escape to Haiti if all went wrong. His own revolution was planned for a Sunday in July 1822. It was customary for large numbers of slaves working plantations in the country to enter Charleston on Sundays, the one day of the week that they had to themselves. Entire plantations of slaves were expected to remain in the city that evening, hidden away by blacks living in town. After seizing control of the city, Vesey's plan seems to have been to load his people into ships and sail for Haiti. Vesey insisted on keeping a tight control on information. He especially did not want house slaves to be brought in until the last moment, for these slaves often developed real and shared affection for their masters and those families. Unfortunately for him, this warning proved prophetic. One of his Confederates, William Paul, had trusted a house slave who then reported what he'd heard to his master. The master then shared the information with Charleston's mayor. Enough information was gathered that the state militia was called in to reinforce the city guard, but no general alarm was raised. Vesey recognized that the increased guard meant that he had been betrayed. He called off the uprising, but within a week, most of the leaders were arrested. Eventually, over 130 men were charged, 67 convicted, and 35, including Vesey, were hanged for conspiracy. Vesey's was the greatest slave revolt that never happened. Denmark Vesey might have been a preacher, but Nat Turner was a prophet. Gabriel's plot may have been the most audacious, Denmark's the most well-planned, but if measured in terms of deaths among the ruling class, Nat Turner's rebellion was the most successful by far. Born in Southampton County, Virginia, on October 2nd, 1800, the week before Gabriel was hanged, Nat Turner was marked for destiny. His mother and father told him that birthmarks on his head and chest indicated that he was meant for greatness. Like Vesey, Nat was extremely religious. He made a practice of fasting and prayer and reading the Bible. He believed he heard spirits talking to him, and he listened. Once he ran away from his master and was gone for a month. He felt commanded by the Spirit to return, and did so. He grew to believe that his destiny was not to achieve freedom simply for himself, but for his fellow slaves. Though his masters were not unusually cruel, Nat Turner experienced the outrages to personal life that affected many slaves. His wife and children were sold away to another plantation. Twice he asked his masters to free him, and both times he was whipped for his insolence. These offenses and indignities wore away at him. He began to interpret his visions as a calling for him to take up arms against the white man. He had a vision of white and black spirits clashing and heard the Holy Spirit direct him to take action.
I heard a loud noise in the heavens, and a spirit instantly appeared to me and said the serpent was loosened, and Christ had laid down the yoke he had borne for the sins of men, and that I should take it on and fight against the serpent, for the time was fast approaching when the first should be last and the last should be first. And by signs in the heavens it would make known to me when I should commence the great work. And until the first sign appeared, I should conceal it from the knowledge of men.
In February 1831, an eclipse of the sun was taken as his sign to act.
And immediately, on the signs appearing in the heavens, the seal was removed from my lips. And I communicated the great work laid out for me to the four whom I had the greatest confidence: Henry, Hawk, Nelson, and Sam.
On the evening of August 21st, 1831, Nat Turner and those four, plus Will Francis and Jack Reese, began the killing. They started at the home of Joseph Travis, Nat's own master.
Hawk got a ladder and set it against the chimney, on which I ascended, and hoisting a window, entered and came down the stairs, unbarred the door, and removed the guns from their places. It was then I observed that I must spill the first blood. On which, armed with a hatchet and accompanied by Will, I entered my master's chamber. It being dark, I could not give the death blow. The hatchet glanced from his head. He sprang from his bed and called his wife. It was his last word. Will laid him dead with a blow of his axe, and Miss Travis shared the same fate as she lay in bed.
From there, they began working their way through other homesteads, headed toward the closest town, Jerusalem, killing all whites and being joined by additional slaves.
I determined on starting for Jerusalem. Our number amounted now to 50 or 60, all mounted and armed with guns, axes, swords, and clubs.
By late Monday morning, word of the rebellion had spread. Outside the Parker home, Turner and his men were confronted by a group of militia. They shot Hark's horse out from under him and wounded half a dozen slaves. Turner's army fell apart as they escaped. Later that day, Nat was able to gather up more men, but again they met armed resistance and lost. Most of his men were either immediately killed or captured, but Nat Turner himself was able to escape for a while. Nat Turner was captured on October 30th, tried on November 5th, and hanged and then skinned on November 11th. The backlash against Nat Turner's bloody rebellion, in which around 60 white men, women, and children were murdered, led to the slaughter of as many as 200 slaves and free blacks, not counting the almost 60 conspirators who were also executed. The Virginia General Assembly debated how to respond to the Turner Rebellion. Many wanted to abolish slavery completely. But that effort failed, and the legislature chose instead to enforce ever tighter restrictions. It was made a crime punishable by a year in jail simply to express the opinion that masters had no rights to their slaves. Given the religious nature of Nat Turner's rebellion, and Denmark Vesey's, and Gabriel's as well, the legislature also declared that no slave or free black would be allowed to preach. Beyond the changes in the laws, there was a change in the atmosphere. No longer could Virginians fool themselves into thinking that the seemingly docile nature of their slaves meant that they accepted their lot in life. Even formerly loved and trusted house slaves were seen as the potential killers of the master's wife and children. The days of slaves being able to move freely about at night or on Sundays came to an abrupt end. There would be other significant slave uprisings before 1861. In 1839, Africans illegally enslaved on the slave ship Amistad would overthrow their own crew and eventually be returned to freedom and Africa by order of the U.S. Supreme Court. In 1842, 25 slaves held by the Cherokee Nation revolted and headed for Mexico, which had outlawed slavery. Though they killed 2 pursuers, they were eventually recaptured. But these and other smaller rebellions did not affect Southern American laws and philosophy in the way that Nat Turner's bloody uprising did. In 1831, in the wake of the deadliest slave revolt in the history of the United States, the nation was just 1 generation away from its deadliest war. A war that would pit brother against brother, master against servant, North against South. A war that would prove the final rung on the ladder up from slavery.
A 1,000 lives seemed to be concentrated in that one moment to Eliza. Her room opened by a side door to the river. She caught her child and sprang down the steps towards it. The trader caught a full glimpse of her just as she was disappearing down the bank, and throwing himself from his horse, he was after her like a hound after a deer. In that dizzy moment, her feet to her scarce seemed to touch the ground, and a moment brought her to the water's edge. Right on behind they came, and nerved with strength such as God gives only to the desperate, with one wild cry, flying leap, she vaulted sheer over the turbid current by the shore, on to the raft of ice beyond. It was a desperate leap, impossible to anything but madness and despair.
That scene, from the best-selling book of all time, inflamed its readers with a passion for bringing freedom to the slaves of the South. Of course, not all of the public was of a similar mind. In the decades since the founding of the United States, American attitudes toward slavery hardened and grew more and more sectarian. The South shifted from apologizing for slavery as a necessary evil to proclaiming it as a positive good. Evangelicals of the North fostered abolitionist attitudes and welcomed fugitive slaves to join and lead their cause. Step by step, the factions of North and South brought the nation closer to war and up from slavery.
Steal away, steal away, steal away to Jesus. Steal away home. I ain't got long to stay here.
After the American Revolution and the Constitutional Convention, it seemed to many as if the practice of slavery would die a slow death. Northern states emancipated their slaves, gradually in most cases. But even in some southern states, it seemed that the public conscience was beginning to question the morality of slavery. George Washington and Thomas Jefferson both wanted slavery to end, though neither could see a successful means of emancipating hundreds of thousands of slaves. Should slave owners be reimbursed, and if so, by whom and for how much? Where would all these former slaves now live, and how? Many would not know how to live in a free society, and the eldest slaves might not be able to take care of themselves. And could the former slaves truly live peacefully among former masters? Could these two visibly different races mesh together into a single civil society? History provided no successful examples for guidance. Should freed African slaves be repatriated to their former homes? What about African American slaves, many of whom could trace their ancestry in America back as far or farther than the Founding Fathers themselves? Hard questions, and no clear, practical answers could be seen in the late 18th century. Nonetheless, actions taken during the Revolution by the early Congress and in the Constitutional Convention suggested that freedom was on the march for the slaves as well as for the newly independent America. Many American leaders, such as George Washington, had witnessed slave and free black soldiers fighting the British. Some could no longer pretend that men of African descent loved or deserved freedom less than men of English stock. The Northwest Ordinance identified a massive territory where slavery would be outlawed from the beginning. The planned end of the international slave trade drew another clear line in the sand. Finally, falling prices for tobacco and indigo, combined with the soil depletion from tobacco cultivation, made slavery less profitable, particularly in Virginia and Maryland. These states now had more slaves than they needed, which means they had more than they could afford. In Virginia, manumission of slaves by individual slave owners was made legal in 1782, and it appears that roughly 1,000 slaves per year were freed between that year and 1806. Things changed with the invention of the cotton gin. Eli Whitney's invention removed the seeds and trash from the short staple cotton that grew so well in the South. Before the cotton gin, short staple cotton had to be combed by hand, an incredibly labor-intensive process. Whitney's machine didn't take all of the intense labor out of cotton. It removed the time-consuming bottleneck of combing cotton, which meant that now cotton plantations could process enormous amounts of cotton far more quickly than ever before. Plantations needed to get more cotton out of the fields faster. And to do that cheaply, they needed slaves. The growth in slavery driven by cotton changed slavery from a British-created institution that Jefferson could say had been forced upon the colonies into a truly American engine of industry. The backbreaking work of picking cotton had slaves dragging a long, heavy bag through a field as they spent 10, 12, even 15 hours stooped over in the blazing sun. This became the quintessential image of slavery in America. And indeed, cotton plantations would absorb the vast majority of slaves. By 1850, about 75% of American slaves were in the service of King Cotton. Eventually, the South would produce 75% of the world's cotton, and cotton would represent 60% of America's exports. The Industrial Revolution brought the development of factories that could produce cotton cloth on levels never before seen, but they needed cotton to do it. By 1860, Britain was importing 5 million bales of cotton annually. Cotton became such an important part of the American and European economy that one South Carolina senator crowned the product King Cotton. In 1858, Senator James Henry Hammond boasted,
"What would happen if no cotton was furnished for 3 years? I will not stop to depict what everyone can imagine, but this is certain. England would topple headlong and carry the whole civilized world with her, save the South. No, you dare not make war on cotton. No power on earth dares to make war upon it. Cotton is king." Until lately, the Bank of England was king, but she tried to put her screws upon the cotton crop and was utterly vanquished. The last power has been conquered. Who can doubt that has looked at recent events that cotton is supreme?
Paralleling the rise of cotton was the growth of the abolitionists. Initially, the abolitionist movement was limited to Quakers, who persuaded members to give up their slaves. Following the American Revolution, the movement grew, with more and more people calling for the end of slavery. They were driven by the revolutionary ideology of all men being created equal, and by the Great Awakening, an evangelical Christian revival that swept across the nation in the early 19th century. In the 1820s and 30s, the most prominent such group was the American Colonization Society. The ACS sought to free black slaves and repatriate them to Africa. In 1821, the ACS established the colony of Liberia for this purpose and helped thousands of former slaves and free blacks resettle there. At the time, even many abolitionists thought it unlikely that African Americans could ever be fully accepted by white Americans. The prejudices ingrained in the public over the centuries of slavery seemed to have created an insurmountable obstacle to a completely integrated society. This idea would be challenged and overthrown by one of America's fiercest opponents of slavery. Born in Massachusetts in 1805, William Lloyd Garrison joined ACS in his 20s, but over time became disenchanted with their goals. What originally seemed to be a genuine desire to free slaves and provide them with a better life now seemed to Garrison to be more about pushing free blacks out of the country, where they would not pose a threat to lower-class white workers. In 1831, Garrison published his first edition of the anti-slavery newspaper, The Liberator. In the inaugural issue, he wrote,
"Assenting to the self-evident truth maintained in the American Declaration of Independence, that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, I shall strenuously contend for the immediate enfranchisement of our slave population." In Park Street Church on the 4th of July, 1829, in an impassioned address on slavery, I unreflectingly assented to the popular but pernicious doctrine of gradual abolition. I seized this opportunity to make a full and unequivocal recantation, and thus publicly to ask pardon of my God, of my country, and of my brethren the poor slaves, for having uttered a sentiment so full of timidity, injustice, and absurdity.
In the pages of The Liberator, Garrison called for the immediate emancipation of all slaves in America. He would continue publishing his weekly paper until the end of the Civil War. Garrison helped found the New England Anti-Slavery Society and the American Anti-Slavery Society, and became recognized as one of America's most radical abolitionists. He called the U.S. Constitution a pro-slavery document, and in 1844, he publicly burned a copy. He also called for the breakup of the Union so that the North would not be tied to Southern slavery. He even advocated against voting, believing it would be participation in a government corrupted by slavery.
I am aware that many object to the severity of my language, but is there not a cause for severity? I will be as harsh as truth and as uncompromising as justice. On this subject, I do not wish to think or to speak or write with moderation. No, no. Tell a man whose house is on fire to give a moderate alarm. Tell him to moderately rescue his wife from the hands of the ravisher. Tell the mother to gradually extricate her babe from the fire into which it has fallen. But urge me not to use moderation in a cause like the present. I am in earnest, and I will not equivocate. I will not excuse. I will not retreat a single inch, and I will be heard.
He was heard. Garrison also promoted women's suffrage and demanded that women be allowed to take leadership positions in the abolitionist movement. Garrison became a mentor to other abolitionists, some of whom would rise as high as he, or higher, within the movement.
In the month of August 1841, I attended an anti-slavery convention in Nantucket, at which it was my happiness to become acquainted with Frederick Douglass. Having recently made his escape from the Southern prison house of bondage, I shall never forget his first speech at that convention, the extraordinary emotion it excited in my own mind, the powerful impression it created upon a crowded auditory, completely taken by surprise, the applause which followed from the beginning to the end of his felicitous remarks. I think I never hated slavery so intensely as at that moment. It is certainly a very remarkable fact that one of the most efficient advocates of the slave population now before the public is a fugitive slave in the person of Frederick Douglass.
Garrison would not be the only one struck by the power of Frederick Douglass's words. Born into slavery in Maryland in 1818, Douglass fought to learn to read and write as a child. He described the experience.
I lived in Master Hugh's family for about 7 years. During this time, I succeeded in learning to read and write. In accomplishing this, I was compelled to resort to various stratagems. My mistress was a kind and tender-hearted woman, and in the simplicity of her soul, she commenced, when I first went to live with her, to treat me as she supposed one human being ought to treat another. Very soon after, I went to live with Mr. and Mrs. Aud. She very kindly commenced to teach me the ABCs. And after I learned this, she assisted me in learning to spell words of 3 and 4 letters. Just at this point of my progress, Mr. Aud found out what was going on and at once forbade Miss Aud to instruct me any further, telling her, amongst other things, that it was unlawful, as well as unsafe, to teach a slave to read. To use his own words, he said, "A nigger should know nothing but to obey his master, to do as it is told to do. Learning would spoil the best nigger in the world. If you teach that nigger how to read, there would be no keeping him. It would forever unfit him to be a slave."
As his master had predicted, reading opened doors in Douglass's mind, leading him to regret evermore his condition as a slave.
And the more I read, the more I was led to abhor and detest my enslavers. I loathed them as being the meanest as well as the most wicked of men. I would at times feel that learning to read had been a curse rather than a blessing. It had given me a view of my wretched condition without a remedy. In moments of agony, I envied my fellow slaves for their stupidity. Anything, no matter what, to get rid of thinking.
He was seldom punished physically and always had enough food to eat. But deaths and family squabbles among his owners led him to be changed hands several times. Perhaps serving relatively kind masters, perhaps suffering brutal mistreatment. His longing for freedom did not end, and in 1838, he took his chance. At the time, he was in Baltimore.
In the early part of the year 1838, I became quite restless. I could see no reason why I should, at the end of each week, pour the reward of my toil into the purse of my master.
Douglass, now free, married Anna Murray, a free black woman he had known in Baltimore. They moved to New Bedford, Massachusetts, where he found work and subscribed to Garrison's weekly Liberator.
The paper became my meat and my drink. My soul was set all afire. Its sympathy for my brethren in bounds, its scratching denunciation of the slave owners, its faithful exposure of slavery, and its powerful attack upon the upholders of the institution sent a thrill of joy through my soul, such as I had never felt before.
Soon Douglass joined the abolitionist movement and made the speech that introduced him to Garrison. He gave another speech at the Massachusetts Anti-Slavery Society's annual convention, which led to his being asked to become a lecturer for the society for 3 years. Thus was launched the career that would make him famous across the nation and around the world. For years, Garrison was a mentor to Douglass, writing the introduction to Douglass's best-selling autobiography in 1845. In 1847, Douglass began publishing his own weekly anti-slavery paper, the North Star, and his views on abolition began to change.
Upon the reconsideration of the whole subject, I became convinced that there was no necessity for dissolving the union between the northern and the southern slaves. That to seek this dissolution was no part of my duty as an abolitionist. That to abstain from voting was to refuse to exercise a legitimate and powerful means for abolishing slavery. And that the Constitution of the United States not only contained no guarantees in favor of slavery, but on the contrary, it is, in its letter and spirit, an anti-slavery instrument, demanding the abolition of slavery as a condition of its own existence, as the supreme law of the land.
Garrison saw this change of position as a betrayal of their cause and suggested that it was prompted by a desire to increase sales of Douglass's paper. The disagreements between the two grew bitter and public and resisted all efforts at reconciliation. Even the famed writer, Harriet Beecher Stowe, tried and failed to bring the two former friends back together. Harriet Beecher Stowe grew up hearing her father preach against slavery. He supported the colonization movement and the creation of a Liberia as a new home for freed slaves. Later, Stowe and her husband Calvin assisted runaway slaves in reaching Canada and heard their stories firsthand. The Fugitive Slave Act in 1850 hardened Stowe's resolve to fight against slavery. The original fugitive slave law in 1793 had made it illegal to give aid to runaway slaves. However, that law left responsibility for enforcement to the states. Northern states and their citizens were not required to assist in capture of runaways, and as a result, fugitive slaves could live in relative freedom once they reached the North. Under the new law, however, all fugitive slave cases would be handled by federal officials. Any federal marshal who did not assist in the capture of a runaway slave would be subject to a fine of $1,000. Any person aiding a suspected fugitive slave faced a similar fine and up to 6 months imprisonment. The only evidence needed for the arrest of an accused runaway was the sworn testimony of the alleged owner. Accused runaways could not receive a trial or testify on their behalf. Not surprisingly, it is believed that many free blacks were caught up in this act, captured by agents working for Southern planters and unable to offer a word in their own defense. Also unsurprisingly, this law outraged abolitionists such as Harriet Beecher Stowe. Stowe was infuriated, believing the law sought to make her complicit in an immoral system. Her sister-in-law, Isabella Porter Beecher, wrote to Stowe, "If I could use a pen like you, Hattie, I would write something that would show the entire world what an accursed thing slavery is." Stowe, already a writer, resolved to do just that. The result was successful beyond anyone's expectations. Written in 1851 as a serial story published in the anti-slavery newspaper The National Era, Uncle Tom's Cabin was collected and sold as a book in 1852. It sold 300,000 copies within a year and 2 million in 2 years. Telling the story of slaves suffering under, escaping from, and dying in slavery, Stowe's book spread her own outrage into the hearts and minds of millions of readers. The story of the young slave mother. Eliza's escape from a slave trader captured the imaginations of her readers. Stowe later explained that,
I wrote what I did because as a woman, as a mother, I was oppressed and brokenhearted with the sorrows and injustice I saw. Because as a Christian, I felt the dishonor to Christianity. Because as a lover of my country, I trembled at the coming day of wrath.
legend has it that when Stowe met Abraham Lincoln, he joked that she had helped bring that day of wrath, saying, "So you're the little lady whose book started this great war." That little lady was not the only opponent of the Fugitive Slave Act, and despite the law, many slaves still managed to escape, and many ordinary citizens risked their own freedom to help them. The slave Henry Brown found a white store owner in Richmond, Virginia, who was willing to help him with a daring plan of escape.
One day, when I was at work, my thoughts were eagerly feasting upon the idea of freedom. I felt my soul called out to heaven and breathed a prayer to the Almighty God that He would lend me His aid in bursting my fetters asunder. In a box, and getting myself conveyed as dry goods to a free state. The box which I had procured was 3 feet 1 inch wide, 2 feet 6 inches high, and 2 feet wide. And on the morning of the 29th day of March, I went into the box, having previously bought 3 gimlet holes opposite my face for air, and provided myself with a bladder of water, both for the purpose of quenching my thirst and for wetting my face, should I feel getting faint. I took the gimlet also with me, in order that I might bore holes if I found I had not sufficient air. Being thus equipped for the battle of liberty, my friends nailed down the lid and had me conveyed to the express office.
Often along the journey, Brown's box was packed upside down.
I was only 27 hours in the box, though traveling a distance of 350 miles.
Of course, the Underground Railroad did not actually involve tickets or trains. Begun in the early 1800s, the so-called railroad was most active in the final decade before the Civil War. Free blacks, former slaves, and white abolitionists worked together to aid slaves who had escaped their masters and sought freedom in the northern states or Canada. Exact numbers are impossible to determine, but some estimate as many as 100,000 slaves were carried to freedom on the railroad. More conservative estimates suggest that about 1,000 slaves a year were freed. The most famous conductor of the Underground Railroad was Harriet Tubman. Born a slave in Maryland in 1822, Harriet's first major stand in defense of other slaves was in her early teens. While on errands for her master, she met another slave who was away from his plantation without permission. The slave's overseer shouted for Harriet to help restrain the other slave, but she refused. The overseer hurled a heavy object at the escaping slave, but he missed his target and instead struck Tubman a serious blow on the head. She would suffer from the injury for the rest of her life, experiencing seizures and collapsing into unconsciousness. In 1849, Tubman's owner died, and she feared that she and her family would be sold apart from each other. She escaped, using the Underground Railroad's network of agents to help her reach Pennsylvania and freedom. She was overjoyed to be free, but soon began to miss her family.
I was free, but there was no one to welcome me to the land of freedom. I was a stranger in a strange land, and my home, after all, was down in Maryland, because my father, my mother, my brothers and sisters and friends were there. But I was free, and they should be free.
Not long after Tubman's escape, the U.S. Congress passed the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850, making both escape and continued freedom more difficult. Before the end of that year, Harriet Tubman made her first trip back south to rescue her niece and her young children from slavery in Maryland. Working with fellow abolitionists in the Underground Railroad, Harriet would make about 20 such trips over the next 10 years, leading 300 slaves to freedom. At times, slaves in her charge, or passengers as she called them, would sometimes become overwhelmed with fear of what would happen if they were caught. Tubman would raise the rifle she carried with her and make it absolutely clear.
You'll be free or die.
Tubman's exploits did not go unnoticed in the South. Southern planters put a bounty on her head of $40,000, dead or alive. But no one was ever able to collect that reward. Harriet Tubman became friends with many of the great abolitionists of the day, including William Lloyd Garrison, who dubbed her Moses Tubman, and John Brown, whose deadly raid on Harper's Ferry in 1859 would be one of the final steps on the way to civil war. Tubman conferred with Brown as he made his fateful plans and provided what assistance she could in raising men for the assault. She did not join in the raid itself, most likely due to being bedridden by her old head injury. Once the Civil War began, Tubman's efforts on behalf of freedom continued. She served first as a nurse, then as scout to Union troops in South Carolina. Before Harriet Tubman, another woman escaped slavery to become a hero of the abolitionist movement. Born in New York in 1797, the woman who would change her name to Sojourner Truth walked away from her master in 1826. In 1827, she would legally have been freed anyway, as part of New York's gradual emancipation. But she believed her master had plans to hold her or perhaps sell her south before that date, so she escaped with her infant daughter. She was forced to leave her other children behind, however, and one boy, Peter, was in fact sold illegally to an Alabama planter. She was able to bring the issue to court and became one of the first African-American women to succeed in a legal case against a white man. She would raise Peter in New York City, but in 1842, he was lost at sea. The following year, she took the name Sojourner Truth and began her career as an activist for the abolition of slavery and the rights of women. Truth met other leaders such as Douglass and Garrison. Garrison published her autobiography, which was dictated to a friend. In 1851, Truth gave her most famous speech. Later called the Ain't I a Woman speech, she argued on behalf of women's rights.
I have as much muscle as any man and can do as much work as any man. I have plowed and reaped and husked and chopped and mowed. And can any man do more than that? I have heard much about the sexes being equal. I can carry as much as any man and eat as much too, if I can get it. I am as strong as any man that is now. As for intellect, all I can say is, if a woman have a pint and a man have a quart, why can't she have her little pint full? You need not be afraid to give us our rights for fear we'll take too much. For we can't take more than our pint will hold. The poor man sees it to be all in confusion and don't know what to do. Why, children, if you have woman's rights, give it to her and you feel better.
Against the flood of abolitionists, there stood a wall of Southern planters and their representatives in the Congress and Senate. South Carolina Senator James Henry Hammond, who crowned Cotton King, and before him, South Carolina Senator John C. Calhoun were among the most prominent voices. In the 1830s and 40s, Calhoun led the pro-slavery faction in the Senate. He directly opposed abolitionism and was a major advocate of the 1850 Fugitive Slave Law. Calhoun is perhaps most famous, or infamous, for his 1837 speech on the Senate floor in which he described slavery not as a necessary evil, but as a positive good.
Abolition and the Union cannot coexist. As the friend of the Union, I openly proclaim it, and the sooner it is known, the better. We of the South will not, cannot surrender our institutions. To maintain the existing relations between the two races inhabiting that section of the Union is indispensable to the peace and happiness of both. It cannot be subverted without drenching the country in blood. Be it good or bad, it has grown up with our society and institutions and is so interwoven with them that to destroy it would be to destroy us as a people. But let me not be understood as admitting, even by implication, that the existing relations between the two races in the slave-holding states isn't evil. Far otherwise, I hold it to be a good, as it has thus far proved itself to be both and will continue to prove so if not disturbed by the fell spirit of abolition. I appeal to facts. Never before has the black race of Central Africa, from the dawn of history to the present day, attained a condition so civilized and so improved not only physically but morally and intellectually. It came among us in a low, degraded, and savage condition, and in the course of a few generations it has grown up under the fostering care of our institutions, as reviled as they have been, to its present comparatively civilized condition. This, with the rapid increase of numbers, is conclusive proof of the general happiness of the race, in spite of all the exaggerated tales to the contrary. The relation now existing in the slave-holding states between the two races is, instead of an evil, a good, a positive good.
Frederick Douglass, years later, provided a response to Calhoun's claims of the general happiness of the race.
We are sometimes told of the contentment of slaves, and are entertained with the vivid pictures of their happiness. We are told that they often dance and sing, that their masters frequently give them the wherewithal to make merry, that they have little of which to complain. I admit that the slave does sometimes sing and dance and appear to be merry. But what does this prove? It only proves to my mind that though slavery is armed with 1,000 stings, it is not able to entirely kill the elastic spirit of the bondman.
The lines were being drawn, and the sides were being chosen. Each group grew angrier and more willing to use violence to promote their cause. For good or ill, each slave's escape, every crack of the whip, and every speech for or against the practice of enslavement lifted the country one rung further on the ladder up from slavery. If anyone had any lingering doubts about the role of slavery in causing the Southern states to secede from the Union in 1861, Vice President Alexander Stephens' speech, explaining the difference between the constitutions of the U.S. and the Confederate States of America, should have abolished those doubts. As he said, the cornerstone of the new government was the assertion that slavery was the natural condition of African Americans. In doing so, they called the Founding Fathers fundamentally wrong. But of course, in 1861, no one had any doubt as to the reason why Southern states left the Union. Forces on both sides of the issue had been gathering for decades. In just over half a century, the tiny abolitionist societies, begun by Quakers in New England, had grown into formidable organizations. Their leaders insisted that slavery was not simply a social evil, but an issue of personal morality. That each individual slaveholder was personally, morally culpable. Slave narratives in novels such as Uncle Tom's Cabin raised awareness and anger among the public, particularly in the North. Southern planters were affronted by this approach. Believing themselves to be morally upright, they rejected accusations that they were sinful simply for owning slaves. Southern leaders changed from apologizing for slavery as a necessary evil to proclaiming it as a positive good. They insisted that persons living in Africa were in much worse living conditions than the descendants of those who had been brought over as slaves. As humanity does so often, they did not look to morality and then determine the proper way to live, but instead looked at how they were living and determined that to be the proper morality. The dividing line between North and South grew even sharper, and it was drawn on the issue of slavery. As the U.S. gained more and more territory, expanding westward according to its manifest destiny, disagreements became arguments. Arguments became fights. Fights became battles, and eventually, battles became war, as America dragged itself up from slavery.
Steal away, steal away, steal away to Jesus. Steal away home. I ain't got long to stay here.
The invention of the cotton gin and the resultant growth of the cotton industry meant an explosion in the slave population. In Georgia, the number of slaves in the population rose from less than 30,000 in 1790 to over 460,000 in 1860. Looking at the major slave-holding states of 1790, Virginia, South Carolina, Maryland, North Carolina, Georgia, and Delaware, their combined slave population grew 177% between 1790 and 1860, from about 640,000 to almost 1.8 million. But for slave power to really grow, it would have to expand beyond the states where it had always been legal. It would need to expand westward, into the territories acquired by the Louisiana Purchase and the Mexican-American War. By 1860, the major slave states created from these territories, Missouri, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas, would have over 2.1 million slaves. Small wonder, then, that the abolitionists fought so hard to keep slavery out of those territories, and Southern planters fought so hard to expand slavery into them. The U.S. Congress, while still operating under the Articles of Confederation, made its first attempt to limit the spread of slavery into new territories in 1787. The Northwest Ordinance established the process whereby territories would be governed by the U.S. and could eventually become states. The U.S. had acquired a vast western territory from Britain as part of the Treaty of Paris. The Northwest Ordinance described that part of the territory northwest of the Ohio River and declared that slavery would be prohibited in those lands. The prohibition on slavery did not apply to the territory south of the Ohio, continuing America's sectarian divide in labor, ideology, and economy. However, those lands were currently claimed by Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia, and were thus already slave states. Eventually, those states would relinquish their claims, and the southern lands would be carved into the states of Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, and Mississippi. When the Louisiana Purchase more than doubled the territory of the U.S., a New Deal became necessary. The Northwest Ordinance did not address these new lands, and therefore there was no limitation on slavery there. The Missouri Compromise in 1820 set new boundaries following the principles of the Northwest Ordinance. The deal came about because the people of the area that would become Missouri wished to join the Union as a slave state. This would have given slave states an advantage of one state in the Senate, and therefore many Northerners were opposed. The compromise that resulted allowed the admission of Missouri as a slave state simultaneously with the admission of Maine as a free state. The compromise also prohibited slavery in the remaining territory north of Missouri's southern border, except within Missouri itself. Thomas Jefferson was greatly disturbed by the Missouri Compromise.
I had for a long time ceased to read the newspapers or pay any attention to public affairs, confident they were in good hands, and content to be a passenger in our bark to the shore from which I am not distant. But this momentous question, like a fire bell in the night, awakened and filled me with terror. I considered it at once as the keel of the Union. It is hushed indeed for the moment, but this is a reprieve only, not a final sentence. I regret that I am now to die in the belief that this useless sacrifice of themselves by the generation of 76 to acquire self-government and happiness to their country is to be thrown away by the unwise and unworthy passions of their sons, and that my only consolation is to be that I live not to weep over it.
Jefferson feared that clearly establishing a portion of the country as free and a portion slave would inevitably lead to the Union being ripped apart. He favored a gradual process of emancipation and expatriation, whereby freed slaves could be colonized elsewhere. Many free blacks and former slaves opposed this idea, demanding that this was their country as much as it was those who had descended from Europeans. Regardless, Jefferson's predicted crisis of disunion was fast approaching, and the issue of dividing territories would become one of the greatest flashpoints. In 1837, the policy of the Missouri Compromise continued, with Arkansas being admitted to the Union as a slave state, while Michigan was admitted as a free state. In 1850, difficulties broke out again. The slave state of Texas, which had been annexed in 1845, claimed land north of the Compromise's dividing line. This land had been ceded by Mexico in the Mexican-American War. Other issues also had the two sides talking secession. Anti-slavery activists were angered that the District of Columbia allowed slavery and contained the largest slave market in North America. At the same time, California had recently petitioned to join the Union as a free state, though its borders would cross below the Missouri Compromise line. These issues were wrapped up in the Compromise of 1850, which broke off part of Texas to form the New Mexico Territory, reimbursed Texas $10 million to pay off their war debt, abolished the trade, but not the practice of slavery in D.C., admitted California as a free state, and passed the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850. Everyone found something to hate about the compromise, but it succeeded in staving off a civil war for another 10 years. But it could not hold off bloodshed entirely. It was only 4 years before another conflict over territories led to open battle, guerrilla combat, and massacres and atrocities by both sides. Introduced by Democratic Senator Stephen Douglas of Illinois, the Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854 changed the rules for determining whether a territory would be slave or free. Under the concept known as popular sovereignty, the residents of each territory would get to vote to decide whether slavery would be permitted. That is, the white, male residents would get to vote on whether peoples other than themselves could be enslaved. The act specifically repealed that part of the Missouri Compromise that outlawed slavery north of the line drawn in 1820. Douglas hoped this would win him the support of Southerners, his eye on an eventual bid for the presidency. But he did not consider the degree of opposition the bill would face in the North. In particular, he had no inkling of the future of one man in particular who would be energized by this act: Abraham Lincoln.
I was losing interest in politics when the repeal of the Missouri Compromise aroused me again.
The Kansas-Nebraska Act was the impetus for the first round of the Lincoln-Douglas debates that launched Lincoln's national political career and carved out his views on slavery.
I think, and shall try to show, that it is wrong. Wrong in its direct effect, letting slavery into Kansas and Nebraska, and wrong in its prospective principle, allowing it to spread to every other part of the wide world where men can be found inclined to take it. This declared indifference for the spread of slavery I cannot but hate. I hate it because of the monstrous injustice of slavery itself. I hate it because it deprives our Republican example of its just influence in the world, enables the enemies of free institutions with plausibility to taunt us as hypocrites, causes the real friends of freedom to doubt our sincerity, and especially because it forces so many really good men amongst ourselves into an open war with the very fundamental principles of civil liberty, criticizing the Declaration of Independence and insisting that there is no right principle of action but self-interest.
Despite the opposition of Lincoln and many others, the Kansas-Nebraska Act passed, signed into law on May 30th, 1854. The question of slavery in each territory would be determined by the vote of the people living there. And so the stage was set for the most strident, short-tempered, zealous, and potentially violent proponents of both slavery and abolition to marshal their forces and run to Kansas to swell the ranks of voters for their side in hopes of winning the state. Pro-slavery settlers moved in from Missouri, with some showing up just long enough to vote. Meanwhile, abolitionist societies back east were funding settlers to add their anti-slavery votes. Thousands of pro- and anti-slavery men and families moving to Kansas, planning to wage war at the ballot box, but also armed for a more physical confrontation. In the initial elections of November 1854, pro-slavery forces won out. Voter fraud was rampant, with only 1,500 registered voters over 6,000 votes were cast. Tensions rose, and political chicanery became open violence. As violence broke out in Kansas, it also broke out on the Senate floor in D.C. Charles Sumner, an outspoken member of the Free Soil Party, which he had helped to form, gave a blistering speech against the Kansas-Nebraska Act and against one of its proponents, Senator Butler from South Carolina.
The senator from South Carolina has chosen a mistress to whom he has made his vows, and who, though ugly to others, is always lovely to him. Though polluted in the sight of the world, is chaste in his sight. I mean the harlot, slavery. If the slave states cannot enjoy the full power in the national territories to compel fellowmen to be unpaid toil, to separate husband and wife, and to sell little children at the auction block, then, sir, the chivalric senator will conduct the state of South Carolina out of the Union. Has he read the history of the state which he represents? He cannot surely have forgotten its shameful imbecility from slavery, confessed throughout the Revolution, followed by its more shameful assumptions for slavery since. He cannot have forgotten its wretched persistence in the slave trade as the condition of its participation in the Union. Were the whole history of the South Carolina blotted out of existence from its very beginning down to the day of the last election of the senator to his present seat on this floor, civilization might lose less than it has already gained by the example of Kansas in its vigilant struggle against oppression.
Not surprisingly, Sumner's speech angered members from South Carolina. One of these, Representative Preston Brooks, was also a relative of Senator Butler. Brooks decided to attack Sumner in a manner that was much like the infamous whippings many slaveholders gave their slaves. On May 22, 1856, the very day after the sacking of Lawrence, Kansas, Brooks made his move. Sumner was seated at his writing desk in the Senate chamber when Brooks appeared, flanked by Kite and Congressman Henry Edmondson of Virginia. Before Sumner could rise from his chair, Brooks clubbed him over the head with his cane. Several senators rushed to Sumner's aid, but Kite drew a pistol and shouted, "Let them be." It would be 3 years before Sumner returned to serve in the Senate, suffering physically and emotionally from the beating. Brooks resigned his seat after surviving a vote to expel him from the House. He stood again for election, and his district returned him to Congress. The assault on the Senate floor raised tempers even further in both North and South. Southern reaction did little to gainsay Bryant's accusation. The Richmond Enquirer proclaimed,
"We consider the act good in conception, better in execution, and best of all in consequence. These vulgar abolitionists in the Senate are getting above themselves. The truth is, they have been suffered to run too without their collars. They must be lashed into submission."
The most significant violent reaction to the sacking of Lawrence and the assault on Senator Sumner was led by a man who would gain greater infamy for another raid just a few years later. John Brown was a sheep farmer who had been dedicated to abolition for years, serving as a conductor in the Underground Railroad. When some of his large brood of sons moved with their families to Kansas in 1855, he learned from them of the attacks by pro-slavery forces. He left New York to join them, gathering weapons along the way. Brown was angered by the violence used by pro-slavery forces and the meekness of the Free State settlers. He joined a Free State military group, along with some of his sons, and in the wake of the attacks on Lawrence and Sumner, he planned a violent retribution. Less than a year after these incidents in Kansas, the issue of Congress setting aside territories as being slave or free rose again. The U.S. Supreme Court declared that Congress did not have and never did have the authority to outlaw slavery in any part of the United States. The case was Dred Scott versus Sanford, in which the court further declared that persons of African descent, slave or free, were not citizens of the United States. Dred Scott was brought to Missouri by his owner, Peter Blow, around 1830. Scott's ownership passed to Army Surgeon John Emerson, who in 1833 moved with Scott to Fort Armstrong, Illinois. Emerson, with Scott, stayed in the Free State of Illinois for about 3 years. They also lived for a time at Fort Snelling in the Wisconsin Territory, where slavery was prohibited under the Missouri Compromise. Scott eventually married a slave owned by someone else, but his wife, Harriet, was either purchased or given to Emerson so that the couple could be together. After Emerson died, Scott tried and failed to purchase freedom for himself and his family from Emerson's widow. With the help of abolitionists, Scott sued for his own freedom in 1846. His case was based on the grounds that by becoming a resident in a territory that prohibited slavery, he was, in fact, emancipated. The case wound its way through courts over the years, finally landing in the U.S. Supreme Court in 1856. The Supreme Court of the United States, whose members included 5 slaveholders, had declared that the Congress had never had the authority to issue the Northwest Ordinance nor the Missouri Compromise prohibiting slavery in any part of the United States. Furthermore, the court declared that Dred Scott and all persons of African descent could not be citizens of the United States, even if they were recognized as citizens of an individual state. The immediate consequence of the decision was that Dred Scott and his family failed to secure their freedom in court. The sons of Scott's original owners, who as children had grown up with Dred Scott, purchased Scott and his family and set them free. But across the country, there was no such simple solution to the court's ruling. As Lincoln said in his House Divided speech in 1858,
"Such a decision is all that slavery now lacks of being alike lawful in all the states. Such decision is probably coming and will soon be upon us unless the power of the present political dynasty shall be met and overthrown. We shall lie down pleasantly dreaming that the people of Missouri are on the verge of making their state free, and we shall awake to the reality instead that the Supreme Court has made Illinois a slave state."
In that same speech, Lincoln foresaw the coming Civil War.
"A house divided against itself cannot stand. I believe this government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free. I do not expect the Union to be dissolved. I do not expect the house to fall, but I do expect it will cease to be divided. It will become all one thing or all the other. Either the opponents of slavery will arrest the further spread of it and place it where the public mind shall rest in the belief that it is in the course of ultimate extinction, or its advocates will push it forward till it shall become alike lawful in all the states, old as well as new, north as well as south."
John Brown would help divide the House further with his next and final militant effort against pro-slavery forces. Since the Pottawatomie Massacre, Brown had led smaller operations raiding into Missouri. Then he hit upon a new idea. He and his men would set up a base in the Blue Ridge Mountains from which they could launch raids into slave plantations. But in 1859, he focused his attention at another target, the government armory and arsenal at Harper's Ferry. He planned to use those weapons to arm what he expected to be an army of fugitive slaves that would join him. But he failed to convince one important escaped slave. John Brown had long been a friend of Frederick Douglass. Douglass had preached pacifism prior to 1850, but in the wake of the Fugitive Slave Law, he believed that he who would be free must himself strike the first blow. Brown appealed to Douglass to join him in the raid. Douglass later spoke of it.
A few weeks prior to his meditated attack on Harper's Ferry, I was summoned by John Brown to meet him in an old deserted stone quarry in Chambersville, Pennsylvania. Until that night, I did not know what was John Brown's plan for conducting his campaign against slavery. We spent that night and the succeeding Sunday in conference on the question of whether the blow should be struck at Harper's Ferry or whether another plan we had talked over should be carried out. Captain Brown was for boldly striking Harper's Ferry at once and for capturing the arsenal and armory. I was for avoiding Harper's Ferry altogether. I told him finally that he was going into a steel trap from which there was no escape, and that I did not see it as my duty to follow him.
Douglas' prediction was correct. He later described Brown's assault on Harper's Ferry.
On the night of the 16th of October, 1859, there appeared a party of 19 men, 14 white and 5 black. They were not only armed themselves, but had brought with them a large supply of arms for such persons as might join them. 3 out of the 19 invaders were captured whilst fighting, and one of these was Captain John Brown.
John Brown died by hanging on December 2nd, 1859. Half his men were killed during the raid, including one of Brown's sons. Most of the others were captured and hanged. 4 men escaped, including another of Brown's sons. This was one more event to shock the consciences of the American people and to put them into opposing camps on the rightness of Brown's cause, if not his methods. Senator Stephen Douglas of Illinois, who tried to walk a line that would earn him support from both Southern and Northern voters in the next presidential election, described his perception of John Brown's actions as they reflected the opinions of the relatively new and anti-slavery Republican Party. In response, Lincoln replied in another speech.
Some of you admit that no Republican designedly aided or encouraged the Harper's Ferry affair, but still insist that our doctrines and declarations necessarily lead to such results. We do not believe it. Republican doctrines and declarations are accompanied with a continual protest against any interference whatever with your slaves or with you about your slaves.
Statesmen like Douglas and Lincoln debated each other, but blood had now been drawn too many times for words to heal. The raid on Harper's Ferry would be seen by many as the first shots fired in the Civil War. Decades later, Frederick Douglass would ask an audience about the success of John Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry.
But the question is, did John Brown fail? He certainly did fail to get out of Harper's Ferry before being beaten down by United States soldiers. He did fail to save his own life and to lead a liberating army into the mountains of Virginia. But he did not go to Harper's Ferry to save his life. The true question is, did John Brown draw his sword against slavery and thereby lose his life in vain? No man fails or can fail who so grandly gives himself and all he has to a righteous cause. Until this blow was struck, the prospect for freedom was dim, shadowy, and uncertain. The South staked all upon getting possession of the federal government, and failing to do that, drew the sword of rebellion and thus made her own, not John Brown's, the lost cause of the century.
In the election of 1860, the South made that bid for control of the federal government. All of the conflicts of the past decade came to a head in the presidential election. In the turmoil of the 1850s, the major American political parties were falling apart. The Whigs were essentially gone. Northern, anti-slavery Whigs joined the new Republican Party, which was entirely sectarian. The Republican Party's anti-slavery stance, which varied in degree among its members, meant that it had no place in the South. Most Southern Whigs joined the new Constitution Union Party. Meanwhile, the Democrats were torn across the Mason-Dixon line into Northern Democrats and Southern Democrats. Abraham Lincoln, a former U.S. representative, was nominated by the Republicans. John Bell, former senator from Tennessee, received the Constitutional Party nomination. The Southern Democrats nominated the sitting vice president, John Breckinridge, and the Northern Democrats nominated Lincoln's old adversary, Senator Stephen Douglas of Illinois. Lincoln was, in the eyes of many Republicans, a moderate on the slave question. He was strongly opposed to its expansion into the territories, which he believed was in direct contrast with the intentions of the Founding Fathers. But he did not seek to eliminate slavery in those states where it was already permitted. Lincoln and Douglas battled in the North, while Bell and Breckinridge faced off in the South, though Douglas, unlike Lincoln, had some support in the South as well. Lincoln, as all know today, was the final winner of the election, but it was no sure thing. He was not even on the ballot in most of the slave states. Of almost 1,000 counties in the 15 slaveholding states in 1860, Lincoln won only 2. Nationally, he had only 40% of the popular vote, but that was considerably higher than his nearest opponent, Stephen Douglas, with 29%. Lincoln won 180 out of 303 Electoral College votes, making him the clear winner. To do that, he had to sweep the free states of the North. The Southern states were outraged. Not a single ballot had been cast for Abraham Lincoln in 10 Southern states because he was not on the ballot, and yet now he was president. South Carolina moved first, seceding from the Union on December 20th, 1860. They cited Lincoln's election as an overt act of aggression by the North. That is, they did not claim to be seceding because they had been attacked, or because the federal government was attempting to divest them of their slaves, but because the result of the presidential election was itself an offense. Within a few months, Florida, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas had joined them. These states adopted a new constitution in February 1861 and declared themselves the Confederate States of America. Jefferson Davis of Mississippi was appointed president by the delegates, and Alexander Stephens of Georgia was appointed vice president. The federal government did not immediately react to the secessions. Lincoln had not even taken office before they had written their new constitution. But soon came an action they could not ignore. Jefferson Davis ordered Confederate forces to capture Fort Sumter, which sat in Charleston Harbor. The attack, which began on April 12th, ended on April 14th, 1861, when the badly outnumbered Union force at Sumter surrendered. The war had begun. Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Arkansas all seceded from the Union and joined the Confederacy. In the early stages of the war, relatively few Northerners saw their goal as freeing the slaves. The Northern armies fought to preserve the Union, not to end slavery. But individuals took steps early on that moved the Union closer to emancipation. General Benjamin Butler in Virginia, May 1861, made the decision that he would not return fugitive slaves to their Southern masters. Those states, he argued, could not secede from the Union and then demand that their rights to human property, under the fugitive slave law, be protected by the federal government. Butler declared that these slaves were contraband of war and put them to work for the Union forces. He did not arm them, but every job completed by a contraband freed a white soldier to fight. And within a few months, he had almost 1,000 contrabands. Harriet Tubman, the famed conductor of the Underground Railroad, joined General Butler's forces to help organize and care for the contrabands. General John Fremont, Union commander in the West, declared martial law in the state of Missouri and announced that all slaves owned by Confederates in the state were now freed. Though abolitionists celebrated Fremont's move, Lincoln felt that it risked losing the support of the slave-owning border states, which had so far remained with the Union. He directed Fremont and other generals to only confiscate slaves performing services directly to the Confederacy. But many Northern soldiers had difficulty with that order and would declare that slaves that came to them had been providing services to the Confederacy when it might not have been strictly true. Slaves in the South at times had the experience of seeing Union armies marching past to do battle against armies that might include the slaves' masters or masters' sons. Jasper Battle of Georgia described a different experience.
During the big war, all the white folks was off a fighting, except them that was too old to fight or was too bad crippled and afflicted. They stayed home and looked after the women's and the children's. Somebody sent Mrs. word that them Yankees was on the way to our plantation. She done hid everything she could. Them had the hogs and horses drive off to the swamps and hid. Them Yankees was polite like, and they bothered nothing on our place, but they just plumb ruined everything on the plantation right close to ourn. They took nigh everything some of our neighbors had to eat, most all their good horses and everything else they wanted.
In the North, abolitionist pressure was building for a general emancipation of all slaves. Again, Lincoln feared what this would do to the support of the border states. On multiple occasions, he met with delegates from these states in an attempt to get them to accept some process of gradual emancipation, whereby the federal government would financially reimburse slave owners for their loss of property. But the offer was flatly refused. Congress was able to force the issue in the District of Columbia. In April 1862, about a year after the war began, Congress abolished slavery in the district and compensated former slave owners with payments of $300 per slave. It was the beginning of emancipation in America. Even in the North, there was resistance to the idea of large numbers of free blacks intermingling with whites. White workers feared the competition they might face, competing against workers whose experience was to labor without pay. Racist fears dovetailed with economic ones, as foes of emancipation warned of black men taking up with the daughters of white men. Anti-slavery forces resisted this backlash and stressed that emancipation would help the war effort. Lincoln, as ever, sought to preserve the Union. As he said,
"My paramount object in this struggle is to save the Union, and is not either to save or to destroy slavery. If I could save the Union without freeing any slave, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing all the slaves, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing some and leaving others alone, I would also do that."
On September 22nd, 1862, Lincoln issued a proclamation that achieved that last option, freeing, in name, the overwhelming majority of slaves while leaving the others alone. The Emancipation Proclamation, taking advantage of the war powers granted to the Commander-in-Chief, declared that all slaves living in states that were in rebellion as of January 1st, 1863, would be free. Slaves living in the border states of Delaware, Maryland, Kentucky, and Missouri were not included in Lincoln's proclamation, nor were those living in Confederate states, but within areas controlled by the Union. But this still meant that over 3 million slaves had been freed under the law by the stroke of a pen. Lincoln said at the time,
I never in my life felt more certain that I was doing right than I do in signing this paper.
But for now, these slaves were free in name only. It would take years of war and unimaginable carnage to make them free in fact. That carnage would be borne by the nation as a whole, and blacks would be part of it. The Emancipation Proclamation paved the way for the recruitment of black troops, so that, to paraphrase Frederick Douglass, those who would be free could strike their own blow. Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth, and other leaders in the black community would help recruit regiments of black troops who would prove that they could fight, bleed, and die as well as any white soldier. Death and destruction on a scale previously unknown to the country lay ahead. But the slaves of America were now reaching for the final rung on the ladder up from slavery. And so the American Civil War finally became what it was all about in the first place, a war between Southern planters desperate to maintain and expand slavery, and Northern abolitionists outraged at the very idea of slavery and driven to destroy it. On both sides, many, perhaps even the majority of soldiers and citizens did not view the war in these terms. Yet it was the bloody antagonism between pro- and anti-slavery forces that drove the nation to war. And now, the Emancipation Proclamation made the issue explicit. Southern reaction made clear its opinion of Lincoln's proclamation. On January 12, 1863, less than 2 weeks after the Emancipation Proclamation, the Confederate Congress made its response. All white officers leading black troops would be deemed as inciting servile insurrection and sentenced to death. Slaves captured in arms against the Confederacy would be turned over to the civil authorities of the state to be handled as slaves in rebellion. But though the Emancipation Proclamation made it possible to enlist large numbers of African American soldiers, this was not the beginning of the role of blacks in the Civil War.
Steal away, steal away, steal away to Jesus. Steal away home. I ain't got long to stay here.
In the early days of the war, Union troops entering Southern territory found themselves confronted with the issue of what to do with slaves who had escaped Southern masters and then made it to the Union lines. The official policy for many months was to return all so-called fugitive slaves to their masters. Officials from the president down to most commanding officers ordered their troops to turn back any slaves that approached their lines. As always, Lincoln was concerned about the reaction among border states. There was always the fear that the slave states that remained with the Union would secede if the federal government moved too strongly against slavery. Even the Emancipation Proclamation itself protected slavery in the border states. Slave owners in Missouri, Kentucky, Maryland, Delaware, and West Virginia could still count on the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850 to protect their property rights. If a slave from a border state escaped to the Union Army, then he should be returned to the owner. But some refused to make that kind of distinction. General Benjamin Butler created a policy in which slaves reaching Union lines were considered contraband. These contrabands, if they had been previously working on behalf of the Confederacy, could now remain with the Union troops. For the most part, early in the war, the Union used contrabands in the same way that the Confederacy used slaves. Bill Sims, a former slave from Missouri, explains.
When the war started, my master sent me to work for the Confederate Army. I worked most of the time for 3 years off and on, hauling cannons, driving mules, hauling ammunition and provisions. The Union Army pressed in on us and the Rebel Army moved back. I was sent home. When the Union Army came close enough, I ran away from home and joined the Union Army. There I drove 6-mule team and worked at wagon work, driving ammunition and all kinds of provisions until the war ended. The masters aimed to keep their slaves in ignorance, and the ignorant slaves were all in favor of the Rebel Army. Only the more intelligent were in favor of the Union Army.
Even before Lincoln made his proclamation on January 1st, 1863, African American citizens wanted to take up arms in support of the Union. Lincoln had first called for volunteers to join the Army the day after the fall of Fort Sumter. Men, black and white, were eager to take up arms, and women also sought ways that they could serve. Across the northern states, organizations of free blacks prepared to join up. Groups in Ohio, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New York, and Pennsylvania all began organizing and training regiments of black soldiers. But the response was not what they had hoped. In Rhode Island, the drilling exercises were labeled disorderly gatherings, and police threatened to break them up, and similar treatment occurred throughout. At all levels of government, there was resistance to allowing free blacks to take up arms. The Secretary of War, in responding to a letter, wrote,
I have to say that this department has no intention to call into service of the government any colored soldiers.
In September 1861, Frederick Douglass asked in an editorial,
What on earth is the matter with the American government and people? Do they really covet the world's ridicule as well as their own social and political ruin? Our presidents, governors, generals, and secretaries are calling with almost frantic vehemence for men. Man, man, send us man, they scream, or the life of a great nation is ruthlessly sacrificed. Men are wanted in Missouri, wanted in West Virginia to hold and defend what has been already gained. They are wanted in Texas and all along the seacoast. And though the government has its own command of class, deeply interested in suppressing the insurrection, it sternly refuses and degrades and insults the whole class by refusing to allow any of their number to defend the national cause.
Did black soldiers actually fight on behalf of the Confederacy, as Douglass said? Certainly, the Confederate government used slaves in its armies. The Confederate Army had the authority to impress slaves into military service. In September 1861, the same month in which Douglass had written his editorial, the Confederate Army of the Peninsula called upon slave owners to send half of their slaves to Williamsburg, Virginia, along with spades, shovels, picks, grubbing tools, and axes. The owners were reimbursed 50 cents per day for the slaves' labors. Slaves were put to work on fortifications as teamsters, as cooks, and in other duties. There are some reports of free blacks and slaves actually bearing arms on behalf of the Confederacy, but the numbers are usually small and hotly debated. Louisiana had a large population of free blacks, some of whom were actually slaveholders themselves. Over 1,000 black soldiers and officers formed the Native Guard, a militia regiment in 1861, which served as part of the Confederate forces. The New Orleans Picayune described a parade of Confederate troops in February 1862. It wrote,
"We must also pay a deserved compliment to the companies of free colored men, all very well drilled and comfortably uniformed. Most of these companies, quite unaided by the administration, have supplied themselves with arms without regard to cost or trouble."
The Journal of Negro History in 1917 reported that these men of color in New Orleans were the only organized body of Negro soldiery on the Confederate side during the Civil War. They were accepted as part of the state militia, forming 3 regiments and 2 batteries of artillery. However, there is some evidence that these free blacks did not join this militia by choice. There are some other reports of African Americans carrying arms for the Confederacy. Some slaves joined their young masters, the sons of their owners, as those sons went off to war. They primarily helped with the grunt work of soldiering, but in some cases they also carried arms. Soldiers from a New York regiment reported being attacked by Confederate cavalry and a large number of armed blacks in Newport News, Virginia, in December 1861. Armed African Americans were reportedly performing picket duty along the Confederate lines in Fredericksburg in 1862. But in general, the numbers were small and the reports stand out for being unusual. The Confederacy did not authorize black troops as part of the Confederate Army until March 1865, too late to have any impact on the outcome of the war. Far from wanting to arm their slaves, Southern planners were deeply concerned about squashing any possible slave revolts while so many white men were away at war. For over a century, plantation owners had worked to restrict the movement of slaves and, generally, free blacks, through slave patrols. These patrols were either formal or informal police groups, consisting of white men from all ranks of society. During the war, with so many white men away in the army, the regular patrols were often supplemented with local militia or even light cavalry units from the Confederate Army. But slaves did not necessarily welcome the arrival of Northern troops. As the 1919 Journal of Negro History reported, to the majority of the Negroes, as to all the South, the invading armies of the Union seemed to be ruthlessly attacking independent states, invading the beloved homeland and trampling upon all that these men held dear. Former slave Jasper Battle of Georgia explained,
"Them Yankees was polite like, and they never borrowed nothing on our place, but they just plumb ruined everything some of their plantations right close to ourn. They took near everything some of our neighbors had to eat, most all their good horses, and everything else they wanted."
But other slaves had a much different experience. Mary Anderson of North Carolina described the arrival of Yankees on her owner's plantation.
"In about an hour, there was one of the blackest clouds coming up the avenue from the main road. It was the Yankee soldiers. They finally filled the mile-long avenue, reaching from Master's house to the main road and spread over the mile-square grove. The mounted men dismounted. The footmen stacked their shiny guns and began to build fires and cooked. They called the slaves saying, 'You are free. Slaves were whooping and laughing and acting like they were crazy. Yankee soldiers were shaking hands with Negroes and calling them Sam, Dinah, Sarah, and asking them questions. The Yankees told them to come on and join them. They were free. Masters and misses sat on the porch, and they were so humble, no Yankee bothered anything in the great house. The slaves were awfully excited. The Yankees stayed there, cooked, eat, and drank, and played music until about night. Then a bugle began to blow, and you never saw such getting on horses and lining up in your life. In a few minutes, they began to march, leaving the grove, which was soon as silent as a graveyard. When they left the country, a lot of them slaves went with them, and soon there were no masters' slaves left.
Many slaves did run off and join the Union forces, either to build fortifications or to become soldiers themselves. Many in the North objected to Lincoln's proclamation. They believed the war was being fought to preserve the Union, not to free the slaves. Indeed, that had long been Lincoln's message. Lincoln had become convinced that emancipation of slaves held in the rebel states served the war effort by depriving the Confederacy of their labor. Every slave who raised crops to feed the armies, built fortifications to defend them, or performed countless other non-combat duties, freed a white man to carry arms against the Union. Even many of his generals disagreed, including Major General George McClellan, who had been Lincoln's general-in-chief earlier in the war. Some Union generals did not wait for the public or the president to decide the time was right for enlisting and arming former slaves and free blacks. In the spring of 1862, General David Hunter created a regiment of African-American soldiers composed of former slaves. But many legislators were not ready for such actions. Representative Charles Wickliffe of Kentucky demanded that General Hunter explain his conduct in turning fugitive slaves into soldiers. General Hunter responded by letter.
I reply that no regiment of fugitive slaves has been or is being organized in this department. There is, however, a fine regiment of persons whose late masters are fugitive rebels, men who everywhere fly before the appearance of the national flag, leaving their servants behind them to shift as best they can for themselves. So far, indeed, are the loyal persons composing this regiment from seeking to avoid the presence of their late owners that they are now, one and all, working with remarkable industry to place themselves in a position to go in full and effective pursuit of their fugacious and traitorous proprietors. It is the masters who have in every instance been the fugitives, running away from loyal slaves as well as loyal soldiers, and whom we have only partially been able to see, chiefly their heads over ramparts or rifle in hand dodging behind trees in the extreme distance. In the absence of any fugitive master law, the deserted slaves would be wholly without remedy, had not the crime of treason given them the right to pursue, capture, and bring back those persons whose protection they have been thus suddenly bereft. The experiment of arming the blacks, so far as I have made it, has been a complete and even marvelous success.
Hunter's success and Butler's would encourage the president and others to officially begin enlisting African-American soldiers into the Union Army. Following the Emancipation Proclamation, recruitment of black soldiers began in earnest. Known as the United States Colored Troops, black regiments of all types, infantry, cavalry, and artillery, were recruited from across the United States. Nearly 200,000 African Americans served in the colored troops, which represented about 10% of the Union's total forces at the end of the war. One African American soldier is better known for her activities before the war. Harriet Tubman, famous conductor of the Underground Railroad, served the Union in the Civil War in many capacities: nurse, scout, spy, and raider. In June 1863, Harriet Tubman worked with Colonel James Montgomery under General Hunter to plan and execute a raid on Confederate stockpiles. Tubman initially scouted the area and then led Montgomery and his black troops on gunboats up the Combahee River in South Carolina. When they reached the plantations holding the stockpiles, they met little resistance. After confiscating rice, corn, cotton, and livestock, they set fire to what they could not carry. They then set about freeing slaves in the area. Over 700 slaves were gathered up from the surrounding plantations and evacuated to freedom. In July 1863, 2 incidents, one tragic and one heroic, highlighted the role of the U.S. colored troops. The tragedy was the draft riot in New York City. The draft was terrifically unpopular, and Democrat newspapers linked the draft directly to Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. Editorials warned that white men were being drafted to fight and die on behalf of blacks. Tensions rose, and on July 13th, they bubbled over. For 4 days, mobs raged through the city, attacking draft offices, federal buildings, and of course, black people. The property of black citizens was smashed or burned. Several blacks were lynched, and the Colored Orphans Asylum was burned to the ground. The mob violence only ended after federal troops opened fire on the rioters on July 15th and 16th. Meanwhile, one regiment of U.S. colored troops was preparing for an attack that would earn it a place in history. Made famous in the 1989 movie Glory, the 54th Massachusetts Regiment led an assault on Fort Wagner in Charleston, South Carolina. The 54th lost almost half its men, including its white commanding officer, Colonel Robert Gould Shaw, son of a prominent abolitionist. But they demonstrated a level of courage and fighting spirit that was the equal of any fighting unit in the Union Army and gained instant respect in the eyes of the nation. The reality of black soldiers dying on behalf of the Union while rioters attacked and murdered blacks in the streets caused many to reevaluate their position on African American enlistment. But in truth, African American troops had already proven themselves in combat. General Butler's Louisiana regiments, along with other troops under Major General Nathaniel P. Banks, attacked a Confederate fortification at Port Hudson, Mississippi. 10 days later, another 3 regiments of African American troops fought a major defensive action to protect General Grant's supply line during his siege of Vicksburg. This time, the black Union soldiers were not well-trained troops like the Louisiana Native Guard. Instead, these 1,250 men were ex-slaves of Louisiana and Mississippi and had been formed into regiments just 2 weeks earlier. They lacked training or sufficient weaponry when they were attacked by twice their number of Confederates at Milliken's Bend. One observer wrote of the black troops in the battle,
"They railed and charged the enemy more heroically and desperately than has been recorded during the war. It was a genuine bayonet charge, a hand-to-hand fight that has never occurred to any extent during this prolonged conflict. Upon both sides, men were killed with the butts of muskets, white and black men were lying side by side, pierced by bayonets, and in some instances transfixed to the earth. In one instance, 2 men, one white and the other black, were found dead side by side, each having the other's bayonet through his body."
39% of the black soldiers at Milliken's Bend were killed or wounded in that battle. But they managed to drive off the rebels and maintain Grant's line of supplies. Former slaves and free blacks also served with distinction in the Union Navy during the war. Former slaves and free blacks also served with distinction in the Union Navy during the war. Robert Blake was a slave in South Carolina until he was taken as contraband in 1862. He then volunteered to serve on Navy ships, eventually serving as steward on the gunboat USS Marblehead. On Christmas Day, 1863, the Marblehead was shelled by Confederate artillery on Johns Island, South Carolina. An explosion knocked Blake to the deck, and when he rose, he saw that the powder boy who had been manning a gun had been killed. Although he was not serving in a combat role, Blake took over the powder boy's job, carrying gunpowder boxes to the artillery loaders throughout the battle. For his actions under fire, Robert Blake was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. 24 other African-American sailors and soldiers also earned the Medal of Honor in the Civil War. These actions by black men in the field and at sea changed the attitudes of many doubters in the North. In the South, however, the attitude remained the same. Arming black men, particularly fugitive slaves, was equivalent to fomenting a slave insurrection, which was one of the great fears of all Southerners. The Confederacy's policy did not change. Former slaves captured in the war would be returned to their masters, where they would face horrific punishment. No black soldiers suspected of being fugitive slaves would be exchanged for other prisoners. Lincoln's administration was outraged at the Confederacy's refusal to include black troops in its prisoner exchanges. In response, Lincoln halted all prisoner exchanges. The population of the POW camps on both sides grew far beyond the government's capacities to manage them safely and humanely. But Lincoln's administration refused to, as General Butler put it, barter away the honor and faith of the government of the United States, which has so solemnly been pledged to the colored soldiers in its ranks. In fact, many black soldiers, even after surrendering to Confederate troops, would neither suffer in rebel prisoner camps nor be re-enslaved. Instead, they faced summary execution on the field of battle. The most notorious such incident was at Fort Pillow, where, on April 12, 1864, rebel forces under the command of Major General Nathan Bedford Forrest killed dozens of black soldiers and their white officer after their surrender. A Confederate soldier, Achilles Clark, wrote to his sister of the battle.
The slaughter was awful. Words cannot describe the scene. The poor, deluded Negroes will run up to our men, fall upon their knees, and with uplifted hands scream for mercy, but they were ordered to their feet and then shot down. I with several others tried to stop the butchery, and at one time had partially succeeded, but General Forrest ordered them shot down like dogs, and the carnage continued. Finally, our men became sick of blood, and the firing ceased.
As the war dragged on, however, more Southerners began to consider the possibility of offering slaves freedom for service in the Confederate Army. Although most were still outraged by the idea, the Confederate Congress finally approved a plan for enlisting slaves on March 13, 1865. The Confederacy managed to quickly assemble 2 companies of black soldiers, but they never saw combat. In fact, the first African-American combat veterans of the Civil War to enter the capital of the Confederacy were units of the Union's all-black 25th Corps after the fall of Richmond on April 3rd. 6 days later, on April 9th, 1865, General Robert E. Lee surrendered to General Ulysses S. Grant at Appomattox Courthouse, Virginia. 5 days after that, John Wilkes Booth assassinated Lincoln at Ford's Theater. The war was over, and slavery was dead. The 13th Amendment, abolishing slavery, had been passed by the U.S. Senate on April 8, 1864, and it passed the House on January 31, 1865. On December 18th of that year, it would be adopted into the Constitution. But what was to be done with 4 million former slaves who had little to no education and no means of providing for themselves? Major General William Tecumseh Sherman, in January 1865, had issued Special Field Order Number 15, which provided land to former slaves. Heads of households would get 40 acres of land which had once been part of a plantation. Some would also get the use of a Union Army mule for plowing. About 40,000 slaves were settled on land under this order, but it did not last. Sherman's order had been made as a wartime measure, and for the policy to continue, the civil government would need to take similar action. Instead, in the fall of 1865, President Johnson rescinded Sherman's order. So how did these former slaves survive in the early years after the war? Their individual stories can help bring to light some of the issues that they and the nation faced. In the 1930s, as part of the Works Progress Administration, 2,300 former slaves were interviewed about their lives before and after slavery. Here, Fannie Berry and Dora Roberts share their personal stories.
I was free long time before I knew it. My mistress still hired me out, till one day in talking to the woman she hired me to, God bless her soul, she told me, "Fannie, you are free, and I don't have to pay your master for you now. You stay with me." She didn't give me no money, but let me stay there, work for victuals and clothes, 'cause I ain't got nowhere to go.
After the war broke out, we was all carried up to the plantation in Early County to stay till after the war. The day the emancipation was read, there was sadness and gladness. The old master, he called us all together, and with tears in his eyes, he said, "You is all free. And now you can go just where you please. I have no more jurisdiction over you. All who stay will be well cared for, but the most of us, we wanted to come back to be the place where we lived before, Liberty County." So he outfitted the wagons with horses and mules and give us what there was of provisions on the plantation and sent us on our way to the old plantation in Liberty County. We get in such a bad fix, some of the people died. It seemed like the old Lord must have heard the prayers of his children, for a long way down the road, we see our old master coming, and he brung men and horses to get us safely to the old home. And when we got up there, I never see him no more, 'cause he went back up in Early County.
Every freedman's story is unique, but they all tell of the hardships faced by a people moving from slavery to freedom. Some slaves fared better than others due to their own skills or luck, or due to a sense of responsibility in their former masters. But it was clear that the nation could not rely on all former masters to demonstrate such compassion. During the Reconstruction era, the federal government dissolved the governments of most of the former Confederate states and managed the states through the Freedmen's Bureau, which was a branch of the military. The Freedmen's Bureau was established to help former slaves obtain food, medicine, housing, education, and land to aid in the difficult transition from slavery to freedom. Initially, the Bureau's focus was on providing the basic necessities for survival: emergency food, housing, and medical aid. But its larger role was to help freed slaves get an education and find work, and to try to ensure fairness in labor contracts. Prior to the Civil War, none of the Southern states had any kind of universal public school system. The Freedmen's Bureau took on the task of establishing Southern schools for former slaves to teach basic literacy. By 1870, over 1,000 of these schools were operating across the South. They also established 24 colleges and institutes of higher learning for African American youth. Many of these historically black colleges and universities are still operating today. Another issue was that since these freedmen were no longer slaves, they would count as full citizens in the determination of representation in Congress, rather than 3/5 of a person. But would they be allowed to vote? Southern Democrats were angered by the federal control of their states. Many took their anger out on the freedmen. Some whites formed secret societies to resist and disrupt the new order. These vigilante groups, the most infamous being the Ku Klux Klan, included former Confederate soldiers, and they were essentially insurgent forces in opposition to the federal government. They used terrorist tactics of violence and intimidation to keep blacks and white Republicans from voting. The Ku Klux Klan would attack at night, wearing masks and robes to hide their identities. They intimidated workers for the Freedmen's Bureau and killed black political leaders and others. Former slaves Nellie Lloyd and Mac Taylor tell of their experiences with the KKK.
Us was never pestered by the Ku Klux, but I was given a warning once to watch my step and vote right. I watched my step and didn't vote at all that year.
Across the South, thousands of African Americans and white Republicans were killed by members of the Ku Klux Klan and similar organizations. Former General, now Senator Benjamin Butler, drafted legislation referred to as the Ku Klux Klan Act. Another former general, President Ulysses S. Grant, signed it into law. The act authorized the use of federal troops rather than state militias to enforce the laws in the South. It also empowered the federal courts to try Klan cases and authorized the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus. Grant took full advantage of these powers and dismantled the Klan. It would be several decades before the organization would rise again. The Civil Rights Act of 1866 granted citizenship to all persons born in the United States with equal rights regardless of color. This act was passed over the veto of President Johnson, and the policy was further cemented into law by constitutional amendments. The 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868, stated that all persons born in the U.S. are citizens of the country and of the state in which they live. It further required states to provide equal protection under the law to all their citizens and prohibited states from depriving any person of life, liberty, or property without due process. The 15th Amendment, ratified in 1870, prohibited any state or local government from denying citizens the right to vote based on race, color, or having been a slave. It is certainly true that governments stretched and broke these restrictions over the following decades. But the amendments gave African Americans and others the tools needed to eventually force state and local governments into compliance. During this period, hundreds of African Americans were elected to state legislatures. 21 were elected to the U.S. House of Representatives, including 10 former slaves, and 2 were sent to the U.S. Senate, one of them a former slave. But these gains did not last. Once Southern states were redeemed and freed from federal oversight, they began finding ways to restrict the new rights of black citizens. The KKK and similar organizations had suppressed the black vote in the late 1860s and 1870s. In the 1890s, states created new constitutions that changed voter registration in ways that effectively stripped the right to vote from most blacks and many poor whites. Most prominent were literacy tests and poll taxes. African American leaders such as Booker T. Washington worked to have such practices challenged in court. But in the first years of the 20th century, the courts, as well as Congress, were not willing to fight Southern power on this issue. It would not be until the Civil Rights Movement, culminating in the Voting Rights Act of 1965, that these barriers would be swept aside and the intended goal of the 15th Amendment would be realized. America's journey up from slavery took centuries. From the introduction of slavery at Jamestown to the 13th Amendment, almost 250 years passed. 500,000 Africans were shackled and transported across the Atlantic Ocean in the Middle Passage to face a lifetime of involuntary service in America. Untold millions were born, lived, and died as slaves. In the colonial years, slavery as a practice grew in the South, while the North grew wealthy in the slave trade. At that time, there were few voices crying out against slavery. Soon after the American Revolution, more voices joined the chorus, including prominent men such as Benjamin Franklin, and influential slaveholders such as Thomas Jefferson. Many believed that slavery would die a slow death. The Northwest Ordinance prohibited slavery from an enormous territory and was a tremendous achievement. But the cotton gin gave slavery new life. As the wealth generated by slavery made Southern planters more and more powerful, they changed their attitude towards slavery from being a necessary evil that they hoped to be rid of in the future to a positive good, benefiting both the slave and the master. Slave insurrections and escapes, particularly in the early 19th century, led to harsher conditions for slaves. Meanwhile, Northern abolitionists looked at the horror of slavery, and their outrage grew until it boiled over. Eventually, the election to president of a man who was outspoken against slavery would be considered an offense so great that most Southern states determined to leave the Union. Though the North did not go to war to end slavery, the South did start the war to ensure slavery's survival. The fall of the Confederacy meant the growth of federal power over the states. If the Southern states wished to maintain the privileges of states, in hindsight, it appears that secession was the worst possible way to do so. During the Reconstruction period, the governments of Southern states were dissolved, and they were managed entirely by the federal government. Constitutional amendments and other legislation led to even more federal authority. Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation and the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments ended slavery forever in America. Though African Americans would continue to struggle against racial discrimination, they had finally risen up from slavery.
Wade in the water, wade in the water, children, wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Wade in the water, wade in the water, children, wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Jordan's water is chilly and cold. God's gonna trouble the water. It chills the body, but not the soul. God's gonna trouble the water. If you get there before I do, God's gonna trouble the water. Tell all my friends I'm coming too. God's gonna trouble the water. Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water.
No more auction block for me. No more, no more. No more auction block for me. Many thousand gone. No more driver's lash for me. No more, no more. No more driver's lash for me. Many thousand gone. No more.